conference with presentation. The official welcoming will still be done when our VIPs are in and are well seated. But suffice it to note at this point that there are two of us on this stage anchoring this conference in the course of the next 2 days. And with me on stage this morning, let me introduce a dear colleague and a friend of mine, pharmacist Olufunto Olude. She's the assistant director at the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Yaba, the one we call Yaba Left. Please, let's put our hands together for her. She will be on stage with me for the next 2 days.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome you and thank you for the warm welcome. I know I am not a NAIP member, but I am your client, definitely. So I sincerely want to welcome you all to this event. I know there's a lot of work that has been put together, but congratulations to the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria. Thank you very much. So, of course, I have been introduced by my senior colleague here, and I will be introducing him as well so that you will know exactly who he is. He is pharmacist Adebayo Temenu. He is a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. He is a CEO of FinServ Enterprise Hub, a networker with Lilong International Nigerian Limited, which is involved in energy medicine. Please, can you put your hands together for him? So together, we will be anchoring this event, and we will take you through the journey, and I'm sure you're going to have a beautiful time. So please just relax. Very soon, we will kick off fully, but we just need our guests to be seated, and then we will start. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Funto. The big man just entered the hall. But we'll go ahead, as I said, to have the FabTech representative come up to give us his presentation for just 20 minutes. We'll take that for just 20 minutes before we'll now kickstart officially the proceedings for this 25th Annual National Conference. Let's put our hands together as we bring forward the representative of FabTech.
Can we put our hands together for him? Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the NAIP National Conference for 2022, ECHO 2022. I welcome everybody here. My name is Fawzi Al-Kailani. Some of you know me already, and some of you have met me for the first time. I am the regional manager for FabTech Technologies in West Africa, and since 2.5 years now. FabTech Technologies is a company that specialized in engineering solutions for pharmaceutical industries. And we are specialized in turnkey solution. Since we started the operation in Nigeria in 2012, FabTech has done a lot of big projects here around Nigeria. The biggest one of them was Fitson Healthcare, Rambaxi, and along others. We are doing also now multiple projects at the same time. The biggest one of them is Colgate in the Lagos-Free Zone. And I would like to use this opportunity to talk a little bit about the subject of this conference, which is, I think the best kickoff is by reading the most important things. We are talking about the role of pharmaceutical industrial pharmacists. And we are talking about economy at the same time. We are not in the best situation, let's say, worldwide for economy. And that poses a challenge, a huge challenge, on anyone who is in the pharma or in the industrial sectors in general. So the best way to kick off this is to understand the pharmaceutical production facility first. The pharmaceutical production facility actually combines different factors, but I'll define it into three major factors. The pharmacist, who is the core, who is the one who is carrying the technology, he is carrying the know-how and know the result he's looking for. The engineer, who is providing the means to make that happen. And the accountant, who keep everything in check and make the facility actually profitable and achieving a growth that everybody looking for. So here is the subject of the presentation, an engineering approach to the pharmaceutical industry challenge in Nigeria. I will try as much as I can to see how a pharmacist and engineer can cooperate together during the manufacturing procedures or during any interaction to make sure that this kind of cooperation actually work together to achieve a result that actually help saving costs, both from the capital cost and running cost. So basically, where the interaction between the pharmacist and the engineer starts from the beginning. And most of the interaction happen during the design phase, when we are designing a facility. Of course, there is other interaction happening when the construction is going on, but it will be limited. Then it will happen again in the operation phase, when there is a huge interaction happening later on in terms of maintenance and in terms of expansion and other criteria we are seeing. But this is the three main points we are going to interfere. When we are designing a facility, or when we are working on the project, or we are doing operations, those are three interactions that actually play a huge role in saving the cost of any projects. So if we start with the design phase, what is the main challenge happening during the design phase is the clarity. What I mean by clarity, that a pharmacist should be 100% clear about what he wants. That helps a lot. Sometimes I can interact with a lot of you guys. They have an idea, but it's not formalized. And he runs to the pharmacist the pharmacist runs to the engineer to make it happen. Actually, I will tell you a small secret about engineering. We have something called safety factor. When we don't have enough information, we increase the safety factor. There is no rule for the safety factor in our calculation or anything. But when we are not having enough information, we make the safety factor higher, which make us over-design our facility, over-design our procedure, over-design everything. But when there is a clarity in objective, in terms of dosage form, in terms of annual capacity, I know some of this might not be 100% related to the pharmacist. It's more about management decisions. But this is exactly what causes the cost go up or down in different areas. Average working hours also play a role. If you are looking for a different capacity for your project, big or small, expansion or not expansion, greenfield or brownfield, active working hours is the main criteria with the annual capacity that determine actually the size of the equipment. And of course, everybody here is between 5 to 6 days a week working hours, but this is not what I am looking for. How many hours actually the machine can operate to give you the amount of capacity you are looking for? This is what I am looking for. Some are telling me I can operate 24 hours. I will not suggest that. It's a good idea. But usually in Nigeria, I can see that the two-shift system actually can work. One-shift system actually is too much low in ROI to achieve actual profitability. Nothing with that during investment, the objective always is to get the fastest ROI, return on investment at time. And I know there is sometimes difficulty in determining some numbers in accuracy. So the solution to get the numbers inaccurate is to know what is our market need, what Nigerian market needs. In the last CEO forum, I have said that Nigeria is importing 500 tons per year. In 2019, 500 tons of API. Mostly is antibiotics API. So there is a need, and it is not that hard to detect the need, but you need the study and you need the clarity. Once the engineer is clear about what you need, he can give you the exact solution without needing to over-design and over-cost. Most important thing also is the location of your facility during design. The location plays a very important role for many reasons. First, an important thing is logistics. For you to have the best location, you have to be near ports, near main roads, near distribution network, because you will see that the cost of importing, cost of clearance, cost of transportation play a huge role in pricing. So this is a very strategic, and sometimes the pharmacist doesn't have the control. But when it does, he can suggest at least to have it. Utility also is very important. We have to understand that the facility run on electricity availability. I know it is hard. We are living in Nigeria after all, and the NEPA is never stable. And like 2 days ago, there was a blackout the countrywide. But we cannot escape this. We cannot run a facility without electricity. And therefore, the availability of power is very huge importance. Also, the water is very important aspect. I know water is available, but not all the water is the same. You are a pharmacist and you know. If you analyze the water in different areas, you will find different parameters. And I will get back to that point later on. I mentioned here air. Why? Because as Nigeria is developing, especially Lagos, air pollution have become an issue. I have noticed in these 5 years that I have spent here in Nigeria that whenever there is a facility built in the rural area, filter's lifespan is higher than inside the city. It is justifiable. We see how many cars is in Lagos every day. All this kind of pollution. So pollution is an issue. And I will explain also why the filters is an issue for cleaning and for cost impacts. Third things, so what is the solution for this? Is environmental study. When we conduct environmental study, we include also how we can use the water and dispose the water. Also, it is very important is the space. Sometimes the pharmacist doesn't have the space that he needs to operate. There is constraint all the time. Constraint will lead us to find very hard solutions that we need to cut some corners to get it through. But where is the space is getting constrained is where we are storing our materials. The warehouse consumes 60 to 70% of the space need during production. Move on. And here where everything happened, the regulation requirements. And here we will have most of the fight between engineers and the pharmacists. And there is everything come into the point. We are always seeing pharmacists referring to WHO, referring to FDA, referring to GMP. But we have to understand, from engineering point of view, that is a huge scoop that can change. When you are classifying your facility, it should be class D, for example. If I read the ISO cover to cover, asking me how many air change per hour, you have to specify class D. Nobody tell you, not an ISO. So I remind you again, we have a safety factor. And for this safety factor, we are using a number. I am not sure from where it came from, but some they say it's in the FDA. But in the FDA is very high standard. It's 20 times air change per hour. You have to understand how huge 20 times air change per hour as for HVAC system. It's a very huge number and require huge solutions. And still, we are, as much as we try to challenge these numbers, it's very hard to find regulation basis. They will tell you, ISO have it. I read the ISO. It doesn't, it's not there. What ISO show is how many particles per cubic meter is allowed. But it's not showing that it is 20 times air change per hour. Environmental conditions also play a role. Some pharmacists will always set a regulation for humidity. I don't want my humidity more than 50% without actually understanding how much there is implication on this selection. If you are choosing your humidity more than 50% in a condition like Lagos, for example, you are forcing me to use the humidifier, which is a very costly solution. Very costly solution. But if you don't need this limit, if your product can actually produce with 55% or 60%, you help to reduce your production and your cost remarkably. Those are examples. Of course, there is a lot of way that we cut. But once you are setting this for me, I cannot challenge it because this is what you want. In the end, I have to also mention something about validation. I have noticed that even that the sources of validation procedure is the same with all manufacturers here. But the report, the form of report going out, or approved at least by the quality controllers, is quite different. Because each quality assurance, each QA, QC manager have his own interpretation for the same text. And I can't blame him. Because the text itself is not clear. So I will suggest, as one of the things I'm going to suggest now, is to have a unified form for all validation controls. For all Nigerians. Let NAIP take a step here and let us have this form that actually it will be good. That I will, because I am validating 5 to 6 factories here, I have to use different form, each one, coming from the same standard. So it's better that we can unify that. Now, during the project phase, there is not that much for the pharmacist to do during a project or during construction, but he has to keep an eye on what's going on during changes during design, so he will not be surprised during the handover. Operation, here where come most of the problems of interaction between engineers and pharmacists. The operation happened, a problem happened in the operation is basically lack of physical understanding of operated systems. I am receiving, for example, complaints. HVAC is not okay. Okay. Is your electricity okay? No. So how the HVAC will be okay? Simple. Sometimes we miss this physical understanding. And then you are going to just... So moving up, what is the solution? How we can optimize cost? Quickly enough, we have to be clear what we are producing, how much we are producing, and under which conditions should we produce it. Those three questions help a lot. And for water, for water, I want to say something. If you notice in Lagos State, for example, Lagos and Ogun State. Lagos and Ogun State, most of the production are in areas near Ota and near Ikorodu. And in the mainland, near Usulu also. But none near Lekki. Actually, if you ask yourself why there is no facility all around Lekki access, is because of the quality of the water in Lekki area is very bad. It will require a more sophisticated, much complicated water system to get the water quality you want. That is a capital investment. Again, afterward, you will spend more on filter changing, much faster than anything else. So this is the basics of what we have. Of course, I tried to make it as fast as possible. Thank you all. And if there is any question, I think we have an open session for section, I think, right? So we will be happy to answer those. And thank you very much, and welcome.
A very big thank you to the representative of FAPTech. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor to welcome you warmly to the commencement of the 25th Annual National Conference of the Association of Nigerian Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria. Forgive me, I was ES for 3 years in this sector. We've been trying to hold on to await the arrival of our VIPs. And once you have the chairman of events seated, once you have the keynoter in the house, you don't have any reason anymore to hold on. So we will kickstart and we will move on with this August conference. My name, once again, remains Pharmacist Adebayo Timenu, former Executive Secretary of NAIP. And with me on stage this morning,
Pharmacist Olufunso Olude. I am an Assistant Director with the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, and I'm also the head of the Drug Logistics and Supply Unit. So I'm very key to each and every one of you seated here.
A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you very much.
All right, before we get into introducing our special guest of honor for this event, we would like to kickstart with an opening prayer. And that we'll do by reading the second stanza of the Nigerian National Anthem as a prayer to kickstart this August conference. Please, DJ. Please, can we all be upstanding?
Can we be on our feet? Please. Thank you.
National anthem, please.
The first stanza.
The very first stanza of the national anthem. You're most welcome, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Sir. There's been a correction of the protocol. It's the time the PSN president is about to come up that will take the PSN anthem, the pharmacy anthem. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please, you may have your seat. Once again, let me welcome you warmly, even though it's a wet Wednesday morning out there, to the 25th Annual National Conference of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria's conference, NAIP, with the theme, the role of industrial pharmacists in a depressed economy, opportunities, challenges, and solutions in providing essential drugs. This is taking place at the Providence Hotel of Bakinjobi Way, GRA Ikeja, Lagos. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome and to introduce to us the very important personalities we have with us at this conference. Permit me to start by introducing the chief host of this August conference, the one that holds the reins of pharmacy in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Professor Cyril Osifo, the President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Fellow Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy. You are most welcome, sir. Following after the President of PSN, it's my singular honor to welcome today's 25th Annual National Conference of NAIP, a man I call my mentor. Without him, I wouldn't be standing with a fellow of PSN behind my name. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome with us this morning, pharmacist Alhaji Ahmed Ibrahim Yekesai, MNI, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Fellow Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy. By the time he's coming up, we will do a proper introduction. We welcome you, sir, as the chairman of this wonderful event. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor to bring forward the national chairman of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, Pharmacist Ken Onuegbo, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Yeah. It's my honor to bring forward, to take his rightful position at this conference, a man that I totally respect for the amazing achievement he has made in the story and the history of Nigerian Nigeria pharmaceutical industry. He is an alumnus of my alma mater, the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Great. It's my singular honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to bring forward the keynote address speaker at this conference, Dr. Ifeanyi Eric Okoye, the chairman and CEO of Johel Pharmaceutical Industries in Anambra State. Please, let's make welcome our keynote address speaker. Well. Also with us this morning to grace this August conference, pharmacist Dr. Amaka Okafor, Is she with us? Please come. You have to come forward.
She's a director with the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria.
Please take your rightful position. You're most welcome. All right. We also want to welcome officially to this August conference pharmacist Mrs. Kate Isa of Kachi Laboratories. Kachi Laboratories. I think we're still waiting for her to show up. Okay, thank you very much. I've been corrected that pharmacist Dr. Amaka Okafor is standing in for the Registrar, Pharmacists Council of Nigeria. Please, let's appreciate her for that. Also, one of the VVIP that we have in the house this morning, he will be speaking at one of our plenary sessions this morning, Professor Charles Esimone, the Vice Chancellor of University of the Azikiwe University, Awka, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and Fellow Academy of Science. You're most welcome, sir, to this August conference.
Also here with us today, he will as well be our guest speaker in one of the sessions. We have pharmacist Jasper Oyeka, who is also a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Please, can we put our hands together as he comes forward? Thank you very much, sir. We also have with us, to grace this occasion, the National Chair of the Association of Lady Pharmacists here in Nigeria. She is none other than Pharmacist Victoria Uku, Fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. She just had a successful conference. Please, can we put our hands together for her? Up, Alps. Okay. Okay. Also here is the National Chairman of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, a seasoned orator, and of course, very cerebral. We have with us pharmacist Wale Oladigbolu, a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Is he here with us? Or he's not here yet? Okay, so we'll recognize him when he comes in. Also, I believe the National Chairman of the Association of Hospital and Administrative Pharmacists of Nigeria, Pharmacist Bode Ogunje Miyo. He's not here. Oh, you're here, sir. Oh, that is my own constituency. Thank you very much, sir. You're welcome. Also, we would like to also bring forward a very important person as well who has worked tirelessly to ensure that this program has been put together. Night and day, making calls and ensuring that we're here. Please put your hands together as the chairman of the planning committee of this 25th annual conference, who is also the second vice chairman of NAIP. Let's invite, as we jam our hands together, of Pharmacist Bankole Ezebulu. He may not be sitting, but we recognize him here. Also, we would like to bring forward the first vice chairman of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, NAIP. We have Pharmacist Gidado Yusuf. He is also very busy, but we recognize you, sir. And we welcome you specially. We have with us today another very eminent personality who has handed over the baton, but still very present. The immediate past chairman of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, Pharmacist Ignatius Anuku. Can we put our hands together? Thank you very much, sir. We'll also like to bring forward as well a very important person, and he got here very early as well. He is the NAIP'S president and also the MD of Biofem, Mr. Femi Sheremekun. Please, can we put our hands together as we welcome him? Thank you very much, sir.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, still bringing up our special guests to take their seat. It's my singular honor to invite Pharmacist Ikeja Nwankwo, Director, Drug Evaluation and Research, Directorate, representing the DG NAFDAC here at this conference. Please let's welcome Pharmacist Ikeja Nwankwo to the front, please. Also, it's my pleasure to bring forward a distinguished pharmacist, a man I respect so much, Sir Ikeja, the MD of Alpha Pharmacy, fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Please step forward, sir. We must give honor to whom it is due. Let's please put our hands together for pharmacist Ikeja. Also, in our midst is the former elder statesman, a man we all know like we know pharmacy. Please permit me to bring forward Dr. Ifeanyi Atuweye, MD, Chairman of Pharma News, who is also a distinguished alumnus of Obafemi Awolowo Great Ife Pharmacy. Please, let's welcome this wonderful pharmacist. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's my pleasure to bring forward, to take his seat, the president of the Indian Pharmaceutical Manufacturers in Nigeria, a very rare gentleman, Mr. Vicky Veggies. Please step forward, sir. This is the president of IPMI. So if you see any Indian manufacturer in Nigeria, they all answer to this gentleman. Go ahead.
We'd like to also bring forward the the MD and CEO of Sovereign Wealth Fund, Dr. Tolu Adewale. Can we put our hands together for Dr. Tolu Adewale? Okay, sorry to interrupt a bit, but this is a quick announcement. The owners of these cars, Toyota Camry, Lagos, I hope you know your plate number, JJ947FU. And they didn't write the color.
We are told that it's about to be towed away.
So
That's
please,
why.
Toyota Camry, Lagos JJ947FU, and then another Toyota Corolla, Lagos KSF76BF. KSF76BF. So if you are not sure, but you think this may be your numbers, please just go outside so that you don't start looking for your car.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce to us this morning and to bring forward to take his place amongst former chairmen of NAIP, Pharmacist Shola Sholari, fellow FIP, fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Please let's put our hands together for him as he takes his seat.
Okay. We'll also like to bring forward as well, here with us, I believe I saw her this morning, the DPS, Ministry of Health, Lagos State, Pharmacist Omolambe. I believe she's here. Pharmacist Omolambe. Okay. Also, if he's here, the DPS Health Service Commission, Lagos State, Pharmacist Onokoya. And the DPS Lagos Central Medical Store, Pharmacist Hewole. Okay, when they come in, we'll recognize them again. Okay.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce to us this morning Pharmacist Wale Oladigbolu is the chair of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria. If you're in the house, you are wanted up front. We're still waiting for his arrival. It's Pharmacist Bode Ogunjemiyo. Okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, please permit me to bring forward to give us the welcome address the second vice chairman of NAIP, also the chairman planning committee, conference planning committee of ECO 2022, Pharmacist Sir Bankole Ezebulu. Please let's make welcome the man and the team that has made this a possibility for his welcome address.
I'm going to keep this speech like a groom, short and not very funny. I've also reached that age where my brain goes from, you probably shouldn't say that, to, oh well, let's see what happens. So to everyone here, for 2023 election, vote for track record, not for talks. Greetings to eminent ladies and gentlemen of the industry. Greetings to our distinguished guests and to everyone in this room. With all the odds against us in our beloved country, I'm honestly grateful to God we're able to gather here today. I feel privileged and honored to address this great assembly, to welcome everyone here to the 25th Annual National Conference of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, NAIP ECO 2022. I am thankful to the chairman of NAIP, Pharmacist Ken Onwebu, for giving me this opportunity to serve our beloved association in this capacity. If I'm being interviewed for a position that requires you work under immense pressure, I think I'll be the man being sought for. What will you call organizing a conference that should welcome the who is who in the pharmaceutical industry in 9 weeks? My best regards goes to the chairman of the opening ceremony, Fam Alhaji Ahmed Yakasai, FPSN, FNA Farm, MNI, the founder of Pharma Plus, Chairman Evans Barak. President Emeritus, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Sir, I don't know which is brighter, your aura or the sun. Your energy introduces you before you do. Thank you to all the special guests for honoring our invite and accepting the responsibilities notwithstanding the short notice. Mindful of how hard the economy is biting, I'm sincerely grateful to our sponsors for the support towards the success of this conference. With so many issues competing for attention, the choice of the conference theme, the role of industrial pharmacists in a depressed economy, challenges and opportunities, and solutions in providing essential drugs, understandably refuse to be put on ice. To address this topic is by every measure a successful industrial pharmacist with unquantifiable wealth of experience in the industry, a man whose enterprise has traversed and survived many years of hostile business conditions in Nigeria. I am speaking of no other but Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwu Eric Okoye, the Chief Executive Officer of Jewel Nigeria Limited. I can assure you, this is one address you don't want to miss. In our midst are delegations from NAFDAC, Customs, NDLEA, and Central Bank of Nigeria. I, on behalf of the Conference Planning Committee, appreciate your presence. We hope to develop a communique that will serve as a working document after the conference. The timeliness of our day 2 topic, the need for technology, data centricity, and the effect of regulation as our pharma industry evolves cannot be overemphasized. There is a burning desire to fully embrace technology. The Bank of Nigeria will join this discussion. We must raise the consciousness towards the Association of Industrial Pharmacists and the pharmacists in the academia for collaboration and coordination for greater industry. Professor Charles Esimone, my brother, the Vice Chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, will take us on this topic. The dawn of COVID-19 exposed the weakness of the pharma industry in Nigeria and the need to look into vaccine production. Dr. Steve Onya will take us through vaccine intervention. You will do well to listen to these well-read gentlemen. As little kids, when we heard all work and no play, makes Jack a dull boy. As adults, don't forget, all work and no play makes you sad and gray. In the words of Gen Zs, they said, adulthood na scam. So please avail yourself of the chance to distress, network during our social night, and enjoy the tasty dishes from carefully selected chefs in our dinner. I'm super grateful to my team members for the steadfastness to ensure the success of this conference. Pharmacist Ndini Chemeka, Pharmacist Kunle, Pharmacist Ajebo, Pharmacist Victor, Pharmacist Kemi and Chinyere, and the secretariat staff. Thank you for the support in organizing this conference. May God bless everyone that contributed to the success of this NAIP conference, ECO 2022. Finally, there is no weapon more deadly than will. Let us make sure we vote right. Let us make Nigeria home again. Thank you and God bless.
Can we put our hands together for the chairman of the Conference Planning Committee, Pharmacist Bankole Ezebulu. And he has said, like the Gen Z say, adult life is what? Is it really a scam? But we're here. Okay, so we're moving on quickly. We're going to have another welcome address. And this will be by none other than the national chairman of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, who is also the MD of TRICARE Pharma. He's not allowing me to finish. Pharmacist Ken Onogwo. He is also a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I know a lot of people will be coming here later in the day to stand on the existing protocol, so let me properly establish it. The chairman of the day, our erudite, Alhaji Yakasai, the PSM president here present, our keynote address speaker, DG NAFDAC, ably represented here. Of course, the registrar of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria also represented here. Our board of trustee members, captains of industries, zonal chairman of NAIP, and council members of NAIP. Of course, our technical chairman also present here. NAIP'S, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great joy and an uncommon heart of gratitude to warmly welcome all of our invited guest speakers, participants, of course, our esteemed members from different parts of the country to the 25th Annual National Conference of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, NAIP. About this same time last year, we were ushered in as members of the new ESCO in a very keenly contested election which took place here in the Lagos Marriott Hotel. This is therefore our first annual conference since we took over as the servant leaders of this noble and professional association. To say that we are profoundly grateful to God for his mercies and guidance throughout this period, we'll be saying the obvious. We cannot thank him enough. We carefully studied the present realities in the country and came up with this theme, the role of industrial pharmacists in a depressed economy, opportunities, challenges, and solutions in providing essential drugs. We have also chosen some other subtopics that we encounter in our day-to-day operations. We have assembled a cream of renowned experts with relevant experiences in different sectors of our industrial pharmacy practice to engage us in a very robust information and knowledge sharing process that we hope will bring solutions to the myriads of challenges facing us in the country today. Permit me, therefore, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to extend our warm gratitude to our crew of chairmen, because we have them quite enough. From today, the dinner tomorrow, we have as many chairmen as possible. Crew of chairmen to lead us in the next 48 hours. They are Pharmacist Ahmed Yakasai, APSN, FPC, FAM, MNI, our Emeritus President, Chairman of Evans Baroque, and Founder, CEO of Pharma Plus, as our chairman for today's opening ceremony. Pharmacist Olakunle Ekundayo, APSN, MDC of Dropfeed, who will be in charge of our tomorrow's event, while our dear Amazon, Dr. Mrs. Stella Okoli, APSN, OFRI, Emala, will be the chairman of our dinner tomorrow as well. With Pastor Ade Popola and Pharmacist Biokura Hamon of Bioraj to assist in tomorrow's evening program. During this time, we are immensely grateful to all of you and will never take your various supports for granted. When we took over the mantle of leadership last year, it was obvious that it was not going to be a tea party. We realized early enough that our past NAIP leaders have created a big shoe for us to step in. And we have developed and assumed the status of a brand. NAIP is now a brand in Nigeria, and our voice and visibility must be heard at all times. Let me therefore use this golden opportunity to thank in a very special way the past chairman of NAIP for their giant strides. They surely left their footprints at the sands of time, and we hope not to betray the trust reposed on us. The following have been the talking points for NAIP in the past 1 year. One, the NAIP House Estate in Ogun State. We are doing everything humanly possible to make sure that investors get the right dividend for their investments. The Farmer Park Source City in Ebonyi State has already taken off with the power of attorney, CFO granted, and the special purpose vehicle all in place to drive it. We're also trying to, as much as possible, promote drugs medicine security in the country by encouraging local contract manufacturing, production of ACPNs in the country, and production of APIs in the country. And we're also in engagement and collaboration with the relevant stakeholders like NAPA, NAPSA, banks, and NAIP'S. I'm yet to see our NAPA chairman here. I think he's supposed to be on the high table because we have a very robust relationship with NAPA, where we normally give them a grant every year for research and development. We're also involved in vaccine production and intervention, promoting the uptake of this. And of course, recently we have added another big project, which is the NAIP House project. Of course, we have a major challenge. The most common challenge we have in the country today is honestly poor access to forest demands. Most of us who are into importation can hardly find the necessary forest to do their trading. This is a very big problem, and we are told that a radical problem requires a surgical decision. So I want to call on the power that be to help us to address this key challenge. And of course, when we talk of regulatory challenges, there are quite plenty. A lot of our colleagues here are complaining of one problem with either the CTD dossier or the factories have been established, one thing or the other, and we are still engaging with our relevant stakeholders to see what we can do honestly to resolve some of those issues. And of course, recently we have the Pharmaceutical Products Marketing Regulation, which is championed by PCN, and which we hope that through that venture, we are going to sanitize the sales and marketing operation in the whole country. We are not going to relent, ladies and gentlemen, until we have addressed the challenges posed by the above talking point and ensured that we successfully move every item above on the path of the victory lap. Members of the audience, I'll be failing in my duty if I do not specially recognize the efforts of the 2022 NAIP Conference Planning Committee members led by our ebullient Bankole Ezebilo, who is also the second chairman of NAIP. He has done a very beautiful job with his team within a short period of notice because we have activity loaded this year. They gave huge sacrifice and gave uncommon commitment towards making the event a huge success. Let me use this opportunity to pay our undiluted respects to our dear president of PSN, Pharmacist Professor Cyril O. Osifo, FPSN, FPC Farm, FNA Farm, for his strong and visible support to the activities of NAIP'S Farm. He has been a wonderful partner in our drive and quest to bequeath a lasting legacy to the pharma industry. And of course, our dear immediate past president of PSN 2019 to 2021, Mazi Fan Samu Habunwa, who has always been there for us. We cannot take your support for granted, sir. To our sister technical groups and interest groups like ACPN, NAPA, AHAPAN, NeuroFarm, Prudent, PMG-MAN, APIN, ABS, and IPMI, represented here today by their principal and dedicated officers, let us continue the engagement in finding lasting solutions to our challenges. You are all welcome. And to our great sponsors, they are quite numerous for me to mention here. You are awesome. Despite the dwindling economic fortunes, you were still able to come out enthusiastically to support our conference. And to our indefatigable NAIP members and the secretariat staff, I salute your courage. We are nothing without you. Keep on doing good and keep on believing in us. we shall not disappoint you. And to the members of the Fourth Estate of the Rim who are here to cover the event, we can only wish you a memorable event while hoping and believing that you give us a very good report of our proceedings. Thank you all, and God bless you. Long live pharmacy profession. Long live NAIP. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. I hope I did not take much time.
Another round of applause for the chairman. I think I'm going to call him the action man. Okay, thank you very much for that welcome remark. As he was about starting his welcome address, someone also very important that we need to recognize came in. And he is the National Secretary of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and also a former chairman of NAIP. We have with us Pharmacist Benga Falabi, who is a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Let's give it up for him. Thank you very much, sir. We would also like to recognize in our midst pharmacist Ogunrin Oluyemi, who is the Deputy Director, Ports Inspection of NAFDAC. I believe you're here. Okay, we recognize your presence. We'll also like to specially recognize all directors, all heads of institutions, every single person seated here. You're all special, and we recognize your presence. Please, can you put your hands together for yourselves? We celebrate each and every one of you. And we'll move on to the next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Funto. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I stand in awe of this distinguished pharmacist I'm about to introduce to this august conference. A former president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, is the founder and chief executive officer of PharmaPlus Nigeria Limited. He is also the Honorable Consul General of Pakistan in Nigeria, a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Management, Chartered, fellow Nigerian Academy of Pharmacies, fellow West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, fellow Institute of Commerce, Chartered, fellow Institute of Logistics Management, fellow International Visitor Program, a program for potential global leaders organized by USIS as a guest of the American government, a former Honorable Commissioner, Commerce and Industry, Cooperative and Tourism in Kano State, a former Honorable Commissioner for Lands and Physical Planning in Kano State, the one that is called the Enyi Dioroma of Umuzike 1 of Olu in Imo State. A very accomplished and well-decorated pharmacist, just honored with the ARPS Distinguished Award just last week here in Lagos. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and singular honor to bring forward His Excellency, Pharmacist Ahmed Ibrahim Kasai, Chairman Evans Baroque Pharma Limited, the chairman of this August 25th NAIP National Conference. You are most welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Is it because I gave you fellowship? I can understand. Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Actually, when Bankole addressed the president as emeritus, I said, Bankole, you want to retire my president? Because I am the president emeritus, if you don't know. The president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, my president, our president, we thank God for your leadership. You are doing well. The keynote address speaker, somebody that is a real practitioner, field worker, a great industrialist, member of National Institute. I always call him Professor Ifeanyi Okoye. He's not a doctor. The president of Indian pharmaceutical industries in Nigeria, somebody who is looking very young, but he's over 90, Mr. Vargas. May God continue to give you good health. He's older than Ifeanyi Atui. You cannot intimidate us with your gray hair. The speakers, we have many. The Vice Chancellor, Esimone, Jasper Onyeka, more of America than Nigeria. He is Andrew Goes and Come Back. Nairo Farm President, all former chairman of NAIP'S, DG NAPDAC, Ijoma Wanko, Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, ably represented by our own Dr. Amaka, all technical heads of our technical associations, my good friend from Sovereign Wales, the MD NSIA Healthcare Limited, Dr. Tolu Adeole, my professional colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm really delighted to be invited to chair this session for the second time. I was the chairman in 2020. That was virtual conference in Kano. And I'm here again as the chairman of the occasion. I don't know what they have seen in me. But honestly, I must thank the leadership of NAIP'S for this invitation. Yes, I want to congratulate all the speakers. I have mentioned the keynote address speaker, but I have tried in as much as possible, because I wrote a book, but not published, on the pharmaceutical industry and drug production in Nigeria, challenges and opportunities. That is my project when I attended National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, Kuru. And I want to sound immodest. They said my project is the best of all projects in Kuru. And for that reason, they have given me the approval to publish it for the benefit of the nation. And I want to quote some aspect of the project to share with you. On this note, I want to warmly welcome you all to this occasion of the opening ceremony of the 25th Annual National Conference of NAIP'S, TAG ECO 2022. As you are all aware, that the theme of this conference is the roles of industrial pharmacists in the diverse economy, opportunities, challenges, and solutions in providing essential drugs. I have taken a note to the high quality of speakers, and I'm sure they will do justice to the topics allotted to them. I'm very much interested to listen to a practitioner, to all the other speakers today, and I believe it is always a delight to listen to Larry Bali, Ifeanyi Okoye, Jasper, and Esimone. I encourage all of us to pay keen attention to all the lectures so that we can be better informed at the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, to give some highlights based on the allotted topics, quoting my book, though unpublished, but I intend to publish it before the end of this year, The Pharmaceutical Industry and Drug Production in Nigeria, Challenges and Opportunities. I quote, local production of essential drugs by our industry has the potential to reduce the infiltration of falsified and substandard drugs, fake drugs, into Nigeria drug market, and at the same time improve on the economy of the country in line with the local content initiative of the federal government. Again, COVID-19 has exposed our weaknesses in the drug supply chain and medicine security. The country relies so much on all the APIs. We cannot do without importation of APIs. We rely on other countries for active pharmaceutical ingredients, equipment, and other resources needed for drug production. These disruptions in the global supply chain of basic commodities have seriously affected the supply and availability of APIs and remains a major concern to us. Thank God that Sovereign Wealth Fund is coming up with an intervention program on APIs. It is imperative to address the challenges bedeviling the pharmaceutical industry, such as infrastructure. You can imagine a country where we don't have electricity. A liter of diesel is getting to the top roof. It's almost 800 naira. If you cannot give electricity to industries, you should be able to give diesel at affordable price. 800 naira per liter is very prohibitive. Shortage of pharmaceutical scientists. So many production pharmacists we are not having. Supply chain challenges. Weak industrial linkages. Weak technology and engineering base. Either we like it or not, we must go by the global standard. We cannot run away from technology. We cannot run away from artificial intelligence, where we have seen what happened during this COVID. By using your computer, you can play with molecules, design whatever you want to design, and achieve results with speed within the shortest possible time. We cannot just be lagging behind. That yes, I know we have the critical mind, we have the brains to do it. Blockchain is everywhere. I have been preaching about blockchain even when I was the president. But people see it as if it is not coming. It is coming. It is here. Either we like it or not. We must embrace technology. Our industry will not grow without technology. Indeed, we have lack of functional petrochemical industry for our APIs. I tried to convince Alhaji Aliko Dangote to go into petrochemical industry because the government is not ready. Our petrochemical industry, they are moribund. But he said, our sector is overregulated. And I cannot go anywhere that there is no flexibility. I can understand. And I'm happy NAFDAC and PCN is here. They believe outside we are rigid. We are not going with the normal things that is happening in the world. If we want petrochemical industry, we have to show them the way. We show them that, yes, we can give them the room to grow. Inadequate incentives. In India, in China, they give so much incentives. They give so much funds to pharmaceutical industry. That is why when they are taking us to India or China, they sponsor everything. They give you ticket. They give you 5-star hotel. And still, they give you some dollars. Just because they want to connect you business to business. In India, in Pakistan, I have participated to so many exhibitions where they sponsored everything. I tried to convince the government to have an agency. How much does this cost? Nothing. But the industry will grow. We'll be able to export. We can be able to conquer our West African countries. But we're not serious. We're busy talking about Christian, Muslim tickets, and what have you. Will that develop the nation? It will not. When they are sharing money, they don't think of religion or tribe. They think of money. But Nigerians, we are wasting our time, and we keep on going down and down in poverty. Inadequate funds for local research, common local research. Go to South Africa and see how much government is spending. A lot in research and development, coming up with results. We are better than South Africa. I know what we do when we attend FIP. Nigerians, they are great people. But we must come together. We must finance, both government and private. We must finance research and development. And indeed, inconsistent fiscal and monetary policies. When we fought for duty to be reduced, to waive, they waive, because West African countries said all drugs must have zero duty. But what have they done? Behind the door, they now call it tax adjusted. Can you imagine? When we go duty, they said there is no duty, only adjusted tax. May God help us. I admonish all of us to understudy the secret of Indian pharmaceutical story. They have beautiful stories. They started from nowhere. But now, India is number 3 as far as supply of generic products in the world. They rank 3rd. Nigeria was still battling to supply West African countries. Globally, value of pharmaceutical goods trade have grown 6-fold. In 2000, the trade was $113 billion. But in 2019, global trade of pharmaceutical goods grew to $629 billion. In 2 years, India will reach $60 billion. And Nigeria, the whole total, what we have, is less than $1 billion. And do you know what? $600 to $700 million are imported. These finished products from India and China, and sometimes from my second country, Pakistan. I want to produce here. I don't want to import from Pakistan. I don't want. But the whole, you can see India growing to $60 billion. Nigeria not up to $1 billion. Only locally we produce $300 to $400 million. Finished products, but active ingredients, we are nothing, zero. Even the starch is not there. We have a lot to do. As far as value is concerned, India is number 13 because they are not doing a lot of branded products. That's why they are 13 as far as value is concerned. But when it comes to the generic, the volume, they are number 3. With this policy, I'm happy to inform you that NAFDAC come up with two policies dear to my heart. One is because part of my project, I came up with 66 molecules, products, with their own derivatives that we can do it locally. I had serious validation meeting with NAFDAC, PMG man. We come up with 66 products. But I'm so happy that NAFDAC has approved 36. And they are now under prohibition list. If you don't have it, I will share with you. Nobody will import those products. If you have registered, by the time your registration expired, no more. You must produce locally or organize contract manufacturing with local producers. I'm happy with the 5+5 policy of NAFDAC. If you register your product, 5 years, renewable 5 years, no more. It's either you produce in Nigeria or you go to hell. We don't care. So you have a maximum period of 10 years you produce. This is to encourage local production of essential medicine for the sake of self-sufficiency in drugs and medicine security at large. I want to thank you all again, to everyone, for being here today to be part of this very important conference, especially our special guests, captains of industry, and indeed all participants who have graced this occasion live or virtually. I assure you that your time spent here will be well spent. I wish NAIP leadership all the best. I thank you for your invitation, and I thank all the delegates for approving, especially the ESCO members, for me to be here as the chairman of the occasion. May God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. May God bless Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. May God bless NAIP. May God bless you pharmaceutically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Don't stop clapping. Thank you very much, sir. Mrs. Yakasai. That was a super welcome address, which was really loaded. Thank you very much, sir. While he was making his welcome address, one of the lead discussants for this conference walked in. He is a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and the CEO of Business School of Netherlands. Please, let's put our hands together for Professor Larry Bale. You're welcome, sir. Oh. And he's also, you're welcome, sir. And he's also the BOT chair. Also, we have here, we need to recognize the presence of the MD, Nigerian Army Drug Manufacturing Companies, Bonny Camp. We have Colonel Nkiru Ibe. Well, up Alps, yes. You're very welcome, ma'am. So we're moving on quickly. We are going to have some goodwill messages. And we'll take a few before we move on with this event. So to give us a goodwill message on behalf of the Registrar of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, I would like to invite Dr. Ukamaka Okafo, who's also a director with the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria. Can we put our hands together as she comes to make her goodwill message?
Good morning, everybody. Chairman, please allow me to rest on the editing protocols. Not just turning to rest on it. And I have a good message here, but I was given 2 minutes, so I don't think I will read it. But I want to, on behalf of our new registrar, Pharmacists, IB Ahmed, and okay, you know him as Baba Shehu, but his name is Okay, I can read it. Okay. On behalf of the registrar, management, and staff of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, I bring you warm greetings and felicitations to the leadership of NAIP. You know, for obvious reasons why he's not here. He just took over yesterday as the registrar of PCN. Yesterday was his day one. And as a public servant, he has to read his handover notes before he can step out. So he would have loved to be here for this place to be his first assignment as the registrar. But he's not here. So please pardon him and accept my humble presence as the registrar of the PCN. The theme of this conference is very apt and instructive, and the council felicitates with you at this occasion and also congratulate you on the various sub-themes that you have chosen and the highly knowledgeable resource persons that you have brought together to share their knowledge with us today. As you recall, the PCN has received ISO 9001-2015, the Global Certification on Quality Management Systems by NECA Global Certification Limited. This is an internationally recognized standard for quality management systems and the most widely used QMS standard in the world, with over 1 million certificates issued to organizations in 178 countries. In partnership with NAFDAC, PCN has also reached the World Health Organization Maturity Level 3 status for medicines and vaccines, giving it the status of an authority that should be globally recognized as meeting WHO and other international standards. Nigeria was also chosen in February 2022 as the recipient of the mRNA technology from WHO and mRNA Technology Transfer Hub. This is good news to us, as fewer than 30% of the world's regulatory authorities are considered fully functioning and operational. So for this reason, WHO has intensified efforts to build the capacity to regulate medical products in all regions. Having received these global certifications, it is time for us to exploit their significance. Therefore, this conference is expected to proffer realistic solutions to the problems of the pharmaceutical industry sector, particularly with the issue of medicine security, and also chart a way forward to vaccine production in Nigeria. In addition, there is need to prioritize the production of APIs in the country, and the chairman has spoken extensively concerning it. The PCN management is taking several steps to further improve council's regulatory functions with the use of digital technology. And the PCN has, in collaboration with some NGOs, also designed some digitized quality assurance improvement systems and also for our inspections. Due to the changes in the society and advances in technology, pharmacy services will continue to adapt and change. The council is concerned that internet sales may bypass national drug regulatory authorities, thereby liberating medical products which are unapproved, fraudulent, unsafe, or ineffective into the medicines market. The PCN has therefore developed a robust regulation for the online sites involved in the sales of medicines, and that is the Online Pharmacy Regulations 2021. And this is in addition to the Pharmaceutical Products Marketing Regulations 2021 also, which we hope is going to be a very good regulation for the NAIP members. We are collaborating with the Interpol to track and ensure effective regulation of these online sites. There is no doubt that the keynote address speaker of today, as well as other speakers and panelists in this conference, will do justice to the theme, and that all the stakeholders will come out with implementable solutions that will solve the problems of the pharmaceutical industry, despite the depressed economy. On this note, I want to, on behalf of our new registrar pharmacist, IB Ahmed, pass the good message and welcome all of us to Lagos. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. So we'll take another quick goodwill message, and this will be from the Board of Trustees of NAIP, and I would like to bring on the chairman. That will be Professor Larry Ballet, to give us a very quick goodwill message. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, eminent personalities, the chairman, and eminent personalities for this program. I would have loved not to use this lantern, but this is where I've been asked to stay because many of you may not be able to see me because of my height. So, today's theme, which is on industrial pharmacies in a depressed economy, it's very hard. In particular, every challenge of the economy comes along with it a number of opportunities. And particularly for medicine, which makes healthcare practice itself to be credible. The totality of healthcare will not be credible without medicine. And as primary providers of healthcare with primary focus on medicine, the team is so apt that a school like Business School Netherlands will love to be part and parcel of development of the human mind that will raise the leadership role of pharmacists in the healthcare sector. Bearing in mind that pharmacists have been overtrained and significantly developed to be able to handle multiple things. It's on this note that we wish the Nigerian Association of Industrial Pharmacists, for which I have been a member since 1981, very great success in all your endeavor. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so we'd also like to bring up quickly to give us his goodwill message, pharmacist Sholari, who is also a fellow of FIP, and he was a former chairman of NAIP. So he's bringing a goodwill message all the way. So please, can we put our hands together for him?
Apologies, I don't need any help. I don't have the same shortcoming as Professor Larry Barlett. So I want to greet you all and stand on existing protocols, like they say. I'm talking to you as the incumbent president of the Industrial Pharmacy section of the International Federation of Pharmacists. In all my interactions at the level of FIP, I've come to be exposed to the very important place Nigeria holds in the global pharmaceutical industry. With due respect to the sentiments expressed by the chairman of the occasion, I want to say that, yes, when you look at the statistics, it may appear that we're not doing well at all, okay? But comparatively, in our geography, when you start mentioning the pharmaceutical industry, Nigeria has between 150 and 200 companies. Namibia has only 2. Ghana has less than 30. And we find that we're in a place where the entire world looks up to us to solve the problem of our immediate environment. And we shouldn't lose sight of that. Also, there have been a few progress in other spheres. One that was mentioned by Dr. Okafor is Nigeria attaining maturity level 3 for its regulatory agencies, both PCN and NAFDAC. And I think it's a big deal. We should congratulate them and thank them for the immense effort they've put into attaining that objective. So basically, let us look at the big picture. And the big picture is Nigeria is becoming too small for our pharmaceutical companies to compete. We should look abroad. Okay?
And that's something we haven't done very, very well. The reason India is so celebrated today is because they are competitive abroad. So we should look abroad. And I keep saying, if all we can get is 0.1% of the market in the United States, that is about easily $400 million. Possibly, 25% of the entire Nigerian market as it is today. And I can imagine what that will do to our balance sheet individually as companies. So please, let us think big. Let us extend our horizon. And the world is there for us, to take. Okay, so presently our issue at the industrial pharmacy section of FIP is the gap we're beginning to notice between our training and practice. The future is going to be about biotechnology. It's going to be about combination products and information technology. So basically, we will need to start applying our minds to closing that gap. But this is a good way to start, and I'm sure our very eminent keynote address speaker will touch on this. On behalf of all our members, all the 200,000 industrial pharmacists who practice the world over, I bring you good greetings from all of them and wish you all a very, very, very successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pharmacist Shola Sholari. So to give a goodwill message on behalf of the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, I will invite to the podium the Director, Drug Evaluation and Research Directorate, Pharmacist Ijoma Nwankwo, to give goodwill message. Can we put our hands together?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know that the protocol has already been established, but I would respectfully like to greet the presidents in the House, starting with Alhaji Ahmed Yakasai, who is like the author and finisher of many things pharmacy. I'd like to also recognize our president, Professor Cyril Osifo, a very humble and unassuming man. In a very short period, he's become a reference for pharmacy also. I would also like to recognize my brother, my junior brother, not Igbo kind of brother, my real brother, Ken, who is the president of NAIP. And of course, my dear Shoremeko is my brother in Lagos. I worked for the senior brother when I arrived Lagos newly. And just 1 second to recognize Mr. Wargis and say thank you to him. Just last week, he solved, or 2 weeks ago, a good problem for me. And on that, I'd like to apologize for my DG's inability to be here today. The NAIP members know that they are the heartbeat of NAFDAC. And truly, there is nothing this group brings to table that we don't pay particular attention to. So we don't take your invitation to us for granted because we gain a lot of mileage from the learnings. And of course, you all know that we strive a lot, to keep to the quality, ensure that the quality and safety of medicines in circulation meet standards of identity. There are many tools we use, but the truth is, it is the indirect tools, which is engagement with our stakeholders, just like we're attending this conference, that make us have a lot of effective and meaningful partnerships and rewarding engagements. And so we're very glad to be here. As for your theme, there are 3 clear divides in your theme. The first being the opportunities, the second, the challenges, and the third, the solutions. The truth is, the theme should have each and every one of us here concerned, even though it is quite apt, because a depressed economy is far worse than a recessed economy. But be that as it may, we all have to throw the kitchen sinks to get a resolution. But in getting the resolution, we have to bear in mind that this group will not do it alone, that the pharmacists will not do it alone. But as our slogan, is it the slogan that says, together we join hands? What? As men of honor, we join hands. The hands you're joining is not only the pharmacist hands, but your other sectoral groups that have a say in this very important discussion. In NAFDAC, we acknowledge that the only way, as stated by the World Health Assembly, to have meaningful access to medicines in country is through access, through local production. And in-house, we've done quite a lot to promote local production, which I'm not going to touch base because our president, ex-president, Ahmed Yakasai, has done fantastic justice to all the things we've done in NAFDAC, and many more we're still doing to promote local production. On that, I'd like to once again congratulate NAIP for this conference and wish you a very purposeful outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, pharmacists. Ujuoma. Oh, Ujeoma. Okay. Ijeoma. Okay, yes. Thank you for that correction, and thank you for that beautiful goodwill message. So we would like to take goodwill messages from the following. I want to be sure that the representatives are here. The representative from NAIP'S. Okay, so we'll skip. A representative from the Standard Organization of Nigeria as well. Okay, so we'll skip as well. And then a representative from NAPA. That's Nigerian Association of Pharmacists in Academia. So we'll skip that for now. So we will have a goodwill message from the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency. And to give this is, okay, I think I got it right. Is this his name? Okay. So representing the DG, Dr. Samuel Etatuvie. Okay, you will correct me when you come up. Pharmacist Dr. Samuel Etatuvie. Here with us, we have Mr. Bibinu Daniel Sule to give the goodwill message. Okay. So I guess you will do the correction when you come up. Thank you very much, sir.
The national president, eminent personalities, NAIP, distinguished pharmacists, and the entire NAIP team. I'm here to represent my able Director General and Chief Executive in person of pharmacist Dr. Samuel Ogene Etatuvie. He happened to be the first pharmacist to be appointed as Director General of this agency. And on inception, he opened the doors for pharmacists. He employed about 7 pharmacists and we are still working on bringing in more pharmacists. I am by name pharmacist Bibino Daniel Sule. I'm privileged to serve as his technical advisor on research, innovation, planning, and strategy. He has instructed me to sincerely apologize for his absence. We had the plan to be here together, but because of the exigencies of his job, he has to be in Abuja. So please, I sincerely apologize on behalf of my boss. He sent me here to categorically make 2-3 points as his goodwill message. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency is an established agency under the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. It has the mandate of researching, documenting both traditional, known and unknown, herbal, and otherwise healing arts, and all other works that will lead to economic growth and healthcare delivery system in Nigeria. So as an agency, so far, has done so much. We have trained over 12,000 natural medicine practitioners. We have also researched about 15 molecules. 2 of the products have been registered with NAFDAC. And NAIP were able to assess our facility. And I want to say this as part of his interest. The natural medicine platform is over $150 billion. But the Nigerian arm, to some extent, have not participated in that realm. It's sad because we discovered that as an agency, a lot of products that have natural medicine connotation are coming with a lot of content that are not natural. And I know NAFDAC have been doing a lot with that, on that regard. But we also discovered that the people that are in natural medicine space in Nigeria, most of them are not pharmacists. And this is a very good virgin land that NAIP is, we have been partnering with NAIP to see how we can navigate in this depressed economy. So one of the major responsibilities of our agency is to open doors for professionals and experts in this field to take this advantage of these doors. And also we have a facility for analytical works. In case you, as an individual, want to go into natural medicine production, you can partner with the agency. We have facilities, and we can give you at a subsidized rate, especially your analytical activities and other things, to support your company or organization. We have different experts in different fields. So I am opening this door open to the entire pharmaceutical industry, especially NAIP, because when NAIP sneezes, the entire healthcare sector goes to bed. We have the following, briefly, opportunities in natural medicine. 1, until the pandemic, nobody takes, to some extent, the NAIP arm or the pharmacist serious. Until coronavirus shook the world, the entire tool dropped, and we discover the most important individual that will rescue the entire world are the pharmacists. And I'm proud to say that pharmacists have done the entire globe well for solving these issues. NAIP, we also have manufacturing opportunities. We also have safety analysis and quality of the product analysis. We also have preclinical analysis of the products for efficacy. So experts from the pharmaceutical industry can tap into these areas. We also have cultivation of MAPs, medicinal, aromatic, and pesticidal plants. These areas are not, we discovered that most pharmacists are not playing any vital role there. To some extent, most of the people that play this role are people that don't understand anything about drugs. We are pleased inviting you
Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency is open for business. Thank you. And I wish NAIP a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pharmacist Bibinu, Daniel Sule. Thank you very much for that goodwill message. I guess you have really enlightened everyone seated here today. So we will quickly recognize the representative of BioRaj. He's representing Pharmacist Raman Bioku. I believe there's someone here representing him. Okay, you're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. We had already acknowledged the presence of Pharmacist Okewole, the DPS Lagos Central Medical Store. You're very welcome, ma. So, I believe we're moving on quickly. Yes. So we're going to have a quick interlude, and we have a short drama for you. To handle this is the Flaming Fire drama team, and they will be giving us a short drama just to entertain you as we go on with this event. So can we put our hands together for Flaming Fire drama team?
Drugs did this girl produce here? These things are not complete. They are not. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Welcome, sir. You didn't tell me you were coming over. You would have called me to come to the office there.
The state we are in, I deserve to come and see you. Check this. You have not, you just reached 10% of your budget. Why?
I understand, sir. But, sir, this is not my fault.
It is not your fault. As how? Like, I don't understand. How is it not your fault?
Sir, I've been talking to doctors and also writing prescription for pharmacist outlets to buy. But the problem here is that there is no purchasing.
There is no problem here. The problem here is you. We bought you car, we gave you a driver, and we're maintaining your car, paying your driver, paying you a good salary, and you're telling me this.
I'm sorry, sir.
Don't be sorry. Keep your sorry to yourself.
We'll change the picture, but, sir, just bear with us, sir. Give us more time, sir. I promise you we are going to change the picture, sir. We are going to get the target, but please, sir, we need you to give us more time.
Okay. What I will give you now, 1 month. 1 month. After 1 month. Okay, after 1 month, and I did not see any results, I will give you 3 months probation.
Please, sir, just bear with us.
Don't beg me. I have said my own.
Bear with us, sir, please.
I'm in the office. I have said my own. 1 month.
Please, ma.
What can you say for yourself, young lady?
Ma, we've done all our best, sir. We have even made arrangements to talk to the clinical meetings. We have made meetings for everything, but
that means you're not effective. There's no way you'll be working, and yet the company will be wasting money on clinical presentations, on materials that we print out for you, yet we don't see any results. That means you're not working.
Ma, Please.
You're not doing anything. I'm not seeing anything. I just helped you out with the MD now. There's nothing else I can do. All we want is results. Do you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We try our best, ma'am. We will try our best.
1 month, just 1 month. Do you get it?
Yes.
Good.
Thank you. Oh, Jesus. Hello? Rosalind, come to my office right now. I need you at my office now. So you are still here by this time?
I was about rounding.
You are about rounding. Just come here. Come to this place. Let me look at you very well because I'm not seeing your face. You are still at the office by this time. What's this time?
I was about rounding off the paperwork.
To do what?
I was about to go back to.
Now look at my job is at stake now. My job is on the line. The MD just left my office right now. MD. You are saying MD. Now let me tell you something. I give you 1 month.
1 month.
Just 1 month. I don't want any excuses. No excuse from you, Rosalie. 1 month. Just wait, you are telling me there's no sales. We have 200 million people living in Nigeria here. And you want to tell me that you've not sold 30% of the people living here cannot purchase the drug? Else, no excuse. 1 month. Just 1 month. And if there is nothing to be done about this, if you don't get to the target, I'll make sure you lose your job.
My job.
I will get you sacked. You're still standing here. Will you get out of my sight? Get out! Rubbish. Can you imagine this nonsense? What nonsense? Let me get you.
Fam, good afternoon. No. Well done. You cannot even tell me. I will see to happen.
What is your problem? Eh? What is your problem?
I'm here for feedback. I need feedback about sales.
I'm not expecting you today. Why do you come to my office?
Due to the situation with your company, I need to be here.
Yes. What do you want me to do? I don't have money on
You
ground.
have to give me a report about the money now.
How?
About my products.
How?
Any sales.
What do you want me to do, madam? What do you want me to do?
You have to give me something so I can give my company. Go back to my company.
Do you want me to give you your drugs, take it and go back?
What do you mean you want to give me my drugs?
Come and take your drugs and go back.
Since 2 months ago, I gave you those drugs, and you're telling me you want to give it to me back.
Are you not seeing the economic
This is not
system?
how you were telling me when
Are you
when
not
I
seeing
gave
the
it to
economic system, madam?
Fam, you have to give me something.
I'm not saying anything. No, come and take your drug and go back,
What
please.
do you mean I should take my drug
Please,
back?
don't disturb me. Take your drug and go back.
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Customer. How are
I beg,
you?
I won't buy this drug.
A
doctor prescribe for me.
Okay, we get them.
You get this particular one?
Yes.
How much?
13,000 naira.
Sir, I beg, help me reduce price. I don't get that type of.
My doctor prescribe this one for you, sir.
Yeah.
13,000 naira we get them.
I beg, help me reduce price.
Okay, calm down. If you give you the branded one, maybe it's 9,000. She could buy them.
Fam, what are you doing? The doctor prescribed my product for you, and you're changing it.
Sir, I beg, I
fam.
don't get that money. I beg.
Now what you have to do? 9,000 naira.
Okay, sir, I beg. Make I give you my phone. If I get money.
Customer. They don't plenty for my
You want
shop.
the doctor
Don't
what?
plenty. They don't plenty.
I beg.
Customer, no fit do anything.
I beg, my
Now the
money
price I
is
will give you,
just
last price,
this.
9,000.
I beg.
Customer, stand up. I no fit give you anything, no vex. Now tell my brother maybe bring everything come out for you. They plenty, wristwatch, phone, laptop, they plenty. You never come back and collect them. I beg, no vex. Sorry, sir.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
I'll go buy a book for Yamuji shop.
Fam, you have to do something. You have to give me.
Hello. Did you see what happened now?
That was
is between you and your customer.
Didn't you see what happened now?
I need to go and give. They're on my neck.
He can't
See,
buy
my
the
boss
drug
is on my
because they are
neck.
expensive. What do you want me to
My
do?
job is on the line. You have to give me something.
Madam,
Even if it's post-dated check.
I
you have
can't.
to give
I don't
me.
have any money on ground. Okay, do what will happen next week. Next week, I'll give you next
Next
week.
week.
I'll
You
call
can't
you.
tell me
I'll
to
call
come
you.
back next week.
What do you want?
Maybe tomorrow I'll come back.
Chinedu, carry that drug. Come.
No. You can't tell me to take my job back. In 2 days' time.
Next week, I'll
In
call
2
you.
days' time.
I'll call you next
Fam,
week. Don't
I'll
worry.
come in 2 days' time.
I've told you my own already.
Fam,
Next week.
2 days' time.
Next week. Bye you. Wallah, dude. What do you want me to do now? Economics is bad. Wallah.
Good morning, everyone. This depicts the happenings in all the areas of the pharmaceutical industry, beginning from the CEOs. The CBN has a high rate for them to purchase forex. The CBN has a high forex rate, and due to this, some CEOs are forced to go through black markets in order to source for products. And even sometimes when these products arrives, let's say a product of 3 years. Okay, yes, 3 years shelf life. It could have spent almost 2 years through the process, declaring agents and all the regulatory bodies. And by the time it gets to the CEO himself, he has about less than a year to sell. The urgent need to sell, the pressure, he forces it on, as we've seen it on the NSM. And then the national sales manager also passes the aggression onto the sales rep. Everywhere is intense and there's urgent need to deliver. The sales rep also passes the aggression onto the retail pharmacist. The retail pharmacist is also struggling to make sales due to the purchasing power of the patients. And at the end of the day, who suffers it the most? The sick patients, because they leave the pharmacist without getting the proper drugs, the prescribed drugs for their treatment. Yes, some of them will be lucky and they will live, but most times some will die. We understand that this is a business that sometimes has to deal with numbers, but in a depressed economic like ours, pharmacists, as men of honor, how can we find a solution to this situation? What can we do?
Thank you very much for that wonderful piece. I'm sure from now on, even PSN will have drama sketches to present at our national conference. At this point, let me invite to come forward for their goodwill message the representative from NAPSA, Pharmacist Van or Aya. Forgive me if I've murdered your name. He's the MD CEO Trusted Drugs, VGC Ikeja, and a founding member of NAPSA. You're most welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, all. Greetings from NAPSA, USA. Some of us that don't know NAPSA might know that it's Nigeria Association of Pharmacists and Pharmaceutical Scientists. So, which means we spread across from the industry to the field to the academics. So we are always partnering with any group in Nigeria that is here to promote healthcare and advance our people. So on behalf of our president, Dr. Teresa Pounds, I'm here saying we welcome what you're doing, we appreciate it, and we share your concern to handle the healthcare of Nigerians. We know drugs, as part of healthcare delivery system, is very, very important. We need pure drugs. So whenever we are dealing with the industrialists, we are very careful because you don't want to offend these people. We were told, actually, anywhere, do not ever offend your pharmacists. Do not offend anyone producing drugs because it might be of great concern. So we are happy to facilitate with you. Anytime you are doing anything, we, the Nigeria Association of Pharmacists and Pharmaceutical Scientists, we are happy to be with you. So that's why I'm here today. Thank you.
Thank you for such brevity, sir. At this juncture, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I respectfully request that we be upstanding for the pharmacy anthem. And you know what comes out after that. DJ. Pharmacy anthem. Please, if you are not a pharmacist in this house, kindly have your seat. Please, kindly have your seat. This is not what you do. Thank you.
We pharmacists, we are proud of pharmacy. We members all of the glorious PSN, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. As men of honor, we join hands for pharmacy. Pharmacists, we are the drug making, we are the dispensing, we are the drug retailing, we are the just name it, we are the our society, born in 1927, growing rapidly from strength to strength each year, and gathering from all over planet Earth, and so doing pharmacy brought to this present day. Oh, selling, we are the drug Italy, we are the pharmacy, we are the drug advice, we are the just name it, we are the
with this, because I always like to keep my remarks very brief. If you tell a professor to talk, it may end up taking 1 hour. I looked at your vision and your mission, but I'm interested in your future. to produce highly respected and rebranded industrial pharmacists and pharmacy profession whose respects are well earned and driven by performance. They will be well acknowledged in professional, corporate, and social gathering. I believe and I hope we can achieve that. And I want to encourage you that you shouldn't put yourself down. We'll pay the courtesy visit to the governor of Plateau State. I don't know whether he's going to be the running mate to somebody. But one thing he said, you can meet a doctor, you might argue. But the person that gives you the medicine, you must respect him and be careful of him. As pharmacists, we join hands.
Another round of applause for the President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Thank you so much, sir. It's my pleasure, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to bring forward for their company presentation, Polaris Bank. Representative of Polaris Bank, time is now for your presentation. Can we encourage them as they move forward? Okay. Polaris Bank, you have just 10 minutes.
Standing on existing protocol, I bring greetings from Polaris Bank to the distinguished ladies and gentlemen and to the esteemed members of the association within and outside the country represented here. So, okay. All right. Thank you. So our offerings, we'll quickly just look at our offerings from Polaris Bank for the health sector and for the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria. So first of all, we'll start by saying that the greatest wealth is health. And a look at the industry, we see that there are over 115 registered pharmaceutical companies in Nigeria, with May and Baker being the first of them all. And we're aware that there's a huge challenge that exists in the industry. The challenge of... Okay. So we're aware that there's a challenge of drug insecurity in the country, and that's why we see the need to support. And also, despite the huge opportunity, because we know that there's the opportunity to produce, but we're also aware that there's a challenge of the fact that it's capital intensive, and importation is even getting more challenging by the day. Now, a look at the macroeconomic outlook. So, first of all, IMF predicts that the surging war between, Russia and Ukraine will be ongoing till sometime in 2023, and this is impacting on the prices of commodities. Also, there's insurgency in the country. This is causing a state of unrest, and it's affecting, generally the national standard of living. There's inflation within the country. There's also, rise in FX rates. The FX market is getting tighter by the day. And then, amidst all of this, there's also the challenge of power, which is a major issue for those producing within the country. There's limited power output, and it doesn't even meet the needs of the population, much more for those who are into manufacturing and production. Okay, so who are we at Polaris Bank? So first of all, we're a leading tier 2 Nigerian bank. We have total assets of over 1.4 trillion naira, and we have deposits worth over 1 trillion. And we have a management experience and seasoned management with total experience of over 500 years. And then we also pride ourselves as having, I would say that we've been able to distinguish ourselves in the digital banking space. We won the award for the Digital Bank of the Year in 2021. And our platforms are very secure, and we ensure that our stakeholders get value through our partnerships and diverse product offerings. Polaris Bank is a future-determined bank. Our vision is to be the preferred partner, providing superior financial solutions for our customers. And our mission is to leverage knowledge of ever-changing world to constantly design innovative solutions that will facilitate our customers' enterprise. Our aspiration is to be a top digitally led retail bank. So basically, we have 250 branches cut across the country. We have over 15,000 agents, locations, and basically we're widespread. We're all over Nigeria. So basically, anywhere you need our service, we're available. And our offerings, they cut across SME offerings to individual premium offerings, retail offerings, and corporate banking offerings. Now, our healthcare offerings. So we have our healthcare loan. You can get as much as 100 million. And we have, for working capital, we have for 12 months. For asset finance, we have up to 36 months. For the purpose of expansion, you can get it for as long as 24 months. Our interest rates are competitive at 21%. And then we also have the exclusive club card. Now, this card is, it's befitting for distinguished and esteemed members of this association because we know that it stands you out. It's a premium card that offers a lot of luxury offerings. You have access to concierge, discounts on dining offers at hotels of your choice. You have access to lounges when you travel. And also, there are travel offers, so you can get discounts on your travel and your trips. And you can even get rebates. There are shopping offers as well. So there's also the offer of fast-track services. Okay, sorry if I'm too fast. I have 10 minutes, sorry. Okay, so also looking at our retail offerings, now we do capacity building through webinars, and then we also have partnerships with consultants and those who would basically facilitate this offering. Then we have accounts for kids, teenagers, and the youths. We have for senior citizens as well, because we want to make sure that all our offerings cut across, regardless of whatever space you find yourself, we have an offering for you. And then we have for salary earners, we have for those who deal in foreign exchange transactions, we have our domiciliary accounts, we have our community accounts for groups and associations, like the NAIP'S Association, we have the credit card, and then we also have our global accounts, that's for those in diaspora. And then our other benefits, we offer business registration services, we have our Polaris Mall, which is an e-commerce platform, for basically those who are into retail. You can actually have, an interface where you can sell just something like a Jumia. You can have a site hosted by Polaris Bank, which you can circulate and share with your customers and your downliners to purchase through Polaris Bank. And then we have access to NQRU, a payment solution. There's tax remittance solution. We have financial advisory. And also we have access to our Vault for Business. So basically through the Vault for Business, you can quickly open a business account and have access to a business loan within 24 hours. Now that's for the fast track. And basically, a look at our corporate offerings. So at this point, I'll hand over to my colleague. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here to support what my colleague had just said. I work with Corporate Banking Group, and what we do basically to support business banking. We know pharmaceutical industry is involved in manufacturing of drugs, which entails a lot of capital outlay, like importation, expansion, and the rest. So we have some offering that takes care of that. One of them is letter of credit. Right? Slide. Letter of credit, which supports the importation of raw materials raw materials, even finished products. We have that. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Letter of credit. We have this collection. In letter of credit, it provides secure method of payment. We have this for collection is actually when there is trust. The supplier can give you some product like on credit, and you can make payment later. For bonds and guarantee, we can provide you with bank guarantee, advance payment guarantee, bill bonds, tender bonds, and the rest. Also, we can also finance your receivables. For example, if a company has made a supply to another company, and has supplied the invoice and it's yet to be paid, we can discount the invoice, like maybe 70–80%, and so that you can free your cash flow. We also assist in terms of remittances, payment, royalty payment, technical payment, payment for repairs, payment for technical partners, and all that. So these are some of the products we offer in corporate banking. And also, we have some treasury products, next slide, which also pharmaceutical concerns can take advantage of. We have spot, we have forward, Naira, settle OTC. We have deposit, promissory notes, we can assist in this. And if you're a customer of the bank, we give update, financial update, which we send to you via email on a regular basis, daily insight and advisory of both local and international markets. So these are some of the products you can take advantage of and enjoy while you are bombarded with Polaris Bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Polaris Bank. I'm sure we'll definitely get back to you. Okay, so I'll do a quick recognition. We have here in our midst, fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, pharmacist Ade Popola. He walked in. He's one of our special guests for today. Please, can we recognize MD Reels? Thank you very much, sir. We also have seated here as well as one of the guests for today, Mrs. Kate Issa of Kachi Laboratories. We recognize your presence. Thank you very much. And she really looks very beautiful. Okay. We also have with us today, I know I had called him earlier, the DPS Health Service Commission, pharmacist Shegun Onokoya. Thank you very much, sir. Also representing the Lagos State Chairman of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, we have with us pharmacist Babayemi Oyekunle. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for being here. And all the way from Ile-Ife, the chairman of NAPA, that is the National Association of Pharmacists in Academia, Olubenga Akikumi. You're welcome, sir. Also, one of our guests here today, we have Mr. Chinedum. Chiji, okay, forgive me. The MD, Sproxil, Nigeria Limited. Thank you very much. One of our special guests as well. And also, he just walked in, the national chairman of the Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, pharmacists Wale Oladigbolu. Thank you very much, sir. Okay.
Thanks a lot, Funto. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for us to go out there and have a little bit of tea break. Just for 15 minutes only. And this is the protocol. We'll allow the first 3 rows to move out first. After the return, the rest of the... Okay. We have 2 service points to the left and to the right. So we have the first 3 rows, half goes this way, the other half goes this way. When they return, the entire hall can go. Those from here, your service point is to my right, here, service point is to my left. We have just... Well, the PSR president will lead. will lead the VIP to their own section. Thank you very much. 15 minutes only, we're back.
Use Neurogesic if you get back pain, oh, muscle pain, oh, I mean joint pain, oh, rub Neurogesic, put time, go warm, go reach deep down, no wonder, Neurogesic, they really pay. Use Neurogesic if you get back pain, oh, muscle pain, oh, I mean joint pain, oh, rub Neurogesic, put time, go warm, go reach deep down, no wonder, Neurogesic, they really pay.
True, Neurogesic, it get power pass pain. Neurogesic, na Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited, they make am.
Use Neurogesic if you get back pain, oh, muscle pain, oh, I mean joint pain, oh, rub Neurogesic, put time, go warm, go reach deep down, no wonder, Neurogesic, they really pay. Use Neurogesic if you get back pain, oh,
muscle pain, oh, I be na joint pain, yo, ho, ho, rub Neurogesic, put me go warm, go reach deep down, no wonder, Neurogesic, they really pay. True, Neurogesic, it get power pass pain. Neurogesic, na Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited, they make am. just sick if you get back pain, oh, muscle pain, oh, I be na joint pain, yo, rub Neurogesic, put me go warm, go reach deep down, no wonder, Neurogesic, they really pay, use Neurogesic if you get back pain, oh, muscle pain, oh, I be na joint pain, yo, rub Neurogesic, put me go warm, go reach deep down, no wonder, Neurogesic, they really pay.
True, Neurogesic, it get power pass pain. Neurogesic, na Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited, they make 'em.
DJ, please. Technical. Thank you very much. Please, we need to settle down at this point so that we can actually go on with the program. For those at the back, please, you will have to use the exit at the back for your tea break, please. Rather than coming forward to crowd this place. Those who are yet to get their tea break, please use the exit door at the back.
Ushers, can you help coordinate that, please?
Please, let's settle down. Let's settle down. Please, we need to stop people moving out from these front doors, please. You have to go through the back. We need to shut the front door so that we can kickstart this session. Please, let's settle down. Those with Professor Simoni, please, let's settle down. Thank you very much. Let's settle down.
Please, let's settle down. We will soon.
I will have kept this tea break till 5 p.m., but I was appealed to. So please, let's settle down so that we can go on. Thank you very much. Please, let's just settle down. Let's keep the noise level down so that we can have the keynote address. I know we need to exchange camaraderie, exchange pleasantries. We'll leave that till we have our social night tonight at the country club. Let's face the business of the day.
So for those yet to have their tea break, please, you're encouraged to use the back exit. Ushers, please help coordinate that.
Please, let's settle down. Please, we are begging. Let's settle down. We are begging. The keynote address speaker is ready to take the stage. Thank you very much. Congestion. Let that door be short. Okay, sir. Noted. Please, can we all get settled? Let's sit down again. I should prostrate for you. No. Please, once you've had your tea break, please sit down. Shield's doing that. We need to tell them now to hurry up to come inside. Yes. Sir, maybe you should kindly help us up here. Let them hear your voice so that the chairman wants to run away. Just start. Okay, sir. After we talk of yes. Please, if your car is an Honda with AP number registration number APP 778BC, the hotel management is about to move your car outside the compound without your permission, so you need to quickly go repark. APP 778BC.
Hello? 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 No human beings here? Hello? Aha, thank you very much. Please, let's be seated. We want to start. If you don't sit down, I'll start calling names and we'll charge you money. We want to make money. Babtek, Sit down, please. Sit down. It's okay. You will pay $10,000. You see him starting shaking. Thank you very much. We are going to start the keynote address now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my pleasure to quickly bring forward Pharmacist Egbuna Odeora, FPSN, the Deputy President, South of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, to come and introduce to us the keynote address speaker. Let's welcome Pharmacist. Can we clap for this man? Okay, he's looking for where the citation is.
The chairman of the occasion, the president of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, standing on the existing protocol already established by the national chairman before we went for tea break, and standing here to introduce my boss, my mentor, and the keynote address giver. Dr. Okoye is the CEO and at the helm of Juhe Nigeria Limited, one of the pioneering and largest pharmaceutical manufacturers in Nigeria. In 1989, he founded Juhel. Juhel, by modifying his both parents' name, Julius and Helen, we came up with Juhel. They are manufacturing a single product. However, has since grown the company to produce a range of over 150 products across multiple formulation and therapeutic areas. At present, we have 2 factories. When I say we, it's because he's my boss and we work together for more than 8 years, and my mentor. The factory, we now have 2 factories, practically Parentera plant at Oka and our Ora plant at the head office in Enugu. Besides his day-to-day role as chairman and CEO of Juhel, Dr. Okoye is also on the governing council and board of various organizations, including the Nigeria Employer Consultative Association, NECA, the West African Examination Council, WAEC, the Standard Organization of Nigeria, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, and is also a member of National Institute, MNI. I would also like to let you know that the current Nnamdi Azikiwe University of Faculty of Pharmacy is located at Agolo, Dr. Okoye's village, practically because he was part of forming that Faculty of Pharmacy. Then the current VC was the Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, the first Dean of that Faculty of Pharmacy. Juhel Nigeria Limited went ahead and gave Juhel Auditorium that is still standing at that Nnamdi Azikiwe University date. If you have ever gone for induction, you will see that Juhel Auditorium standing there in Agolo. And I would also like to let us know that that pharmacy school produced their first graduate within the first 5 years. And that was the aim. And they produced their first bee farm within the first 5 years, because Dr. Okoye sponsored a lot of the activities of that school, and the school is still existing, producing pharmacists here, there in Agolo. During his career, Dr. Okoye received numerous awards and honors, including the honor of Fellow of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the honor of Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in 2012. You agree with me that there are few pharmacies that have the honor of Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Dr. Okoye is a PhD holder in industrial pharmacist. He's a lecturer. We used to bring pharmacy students of Nnamdi Azikiwe University to our conference room, and they have practical classes. They are in the conference room. He's also a teacher. Dr. Okoye, we'll be privileged to listen. Permit me to borrow from the chairman of this occasion. We'll be privileged to be listening to Professor Ifeanyi
Eric Okoye, our keynote address speaker. Is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business Schools. Please welcome my boss and my mentor, Professor Efrain Eric Okoye. He's married, and the marriage is blessed with 8 children. Thank you very much.
I expected a louder applause on that issue. And it's only one wife. And that wife is a pharmacist. And currently, we have 2 pharmacists within the family. One is sitting right there. Chidubem, stand up if he's here. Okay, he's struggling for tea outside. So, Mr. Chairman, President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, President, or rather Chairman of NAIP, if I keep going through, maybe I'll take half of my time for the lectures, but I want to stand on existing protocol, and I know I will be allowed. Pharmacy is all over me. I dream, I think about pharmacy. I'm working, I'm thinking about pharmacy. And I love everything about pharmacy. Maybe that's why I even had to marry a pharmacist. Today, I have been given the privilege to talk on the role of industrial pharmacies in a depressed economy, the opportunities, challenges, and solutions providing essential drugs. I have never read economy at all, even in secondary school. But you know, if you have economic difficulty, you become an economist. You won't know when it comes. And with the little knowledge of economy I have and the little I know about Nigeria, I don't even think Nigeria has expressed a depressed economy. Unless somebody can prove it. We have gone through economic recession. Not depression, not complete depression. Who controls this slide? Okay. Let's just look at the face of a depressed economy. This is the face of the Great Depression, which is the highest economic depression that has ever happened. Thank you. Thank you very much. Is the worst economic depression that has ever happened. You can see people advertising for job on their body. They wear it around to advertise themselves looking for job. Maybe Nigeria then was not yet an independent country. 1929 to 1939. However, it affected Nigeria in 1929. In fact, the northern grain dealers, granite and all those things, and tin miners started experiencing problems. People were not coming to buy again. People coming to buy with price very, very low. And it caused a problem as far back as then. But to them, it couldn't have been a depressed economy. It might just be regarded as recession. which we have all been experiencing. Sorry. So this Great Depression happened within this period, and it touched everybody all over the world. But you know, whenever there are issues, there are people that are enjoying from it. Fortunately, people Boeing that was making airlines, people making cars were enjoying, irrespective that there was no money. You can imagine. So a depressed economy is a period of sustained economic slowdown in economic activities in one or more economies, more severe than recession, which we are all very much used to, which is a mere slowdown turn in economic activities over the course of a normal business cycle. A private business can have recession. If it gets down to depression, they will be shutting down. This is the face of people that saw a little bit of the Great Depression, the greatest that has ever happened. And we are praying it doesn't come again. You can imagine this man with this child. Imagine this child being sick, or the man himself being sick. Do you think he can go to a doctor? Of course he cannot. Even if he's asked to see a doctor, do you think he can afford to pay for his drugs? Of course he cannot. And that is just all about what depression is all about. And high poverty rate, decline in hygiene and sanitation. And of course, there will be increase in different types of diseases. People will be suffering one thing or the other. And of course, the pharmacists, we have to know what to do. Because you must provide the drugs. The health system must function. Whatever you talk about the health system and you don't have drugs to follow up, you have not started. So the negative effects of the Great Depression led researchers at Johns Hopkins University to develop sulfanilamide, a sulfur drug. I guess we all know about it. To treat a series of infections. It was later found to contain a dangerous solvent, diethylene glycol, which caused series of deaths. I guess we all know about that. Another interesting thing about this same period, the president of America then, Franklin Roosevelt, our American guy, I guess he's still here. So the president had sore throat infection, and there was no drug to treat him. He was having very serious issues. His wife then, Eleanor, had to call Johns Hopkins University. My oga is dying, oh. I need what? Medicine. You can imagine you're a pharmacist within that period. And they were able to now work harder on this sulfanilamide, and that's what the president took and was cured. That was in 1936. So within that same period, because of the effect of this sulfanilamide, the FDA, Food and Drugs Administration Act was created in 1938 in US, requiring manufacturers to submit an application to show drugs were safe before being marketed, highlighting the importance of industrial pharmacies. The NAFDAC woman has left. But you can see how their own NAFDAC came up then. And of course, he's still in command. He's still in charge. If you're able to get certification of FDA, you have survived. Am I right? Good. Now, let's look at we that call ourselves industrial pharmacists. In fact, even the chairman, I was telling the chairman, do you know industrial pharmacists is just what pharmacy should be all about. He was saying, no, we have shops. I said, no. Listen to the definition of industrial pharmacy. Is expert in drugs who engages in the research, testing, and analysis related to the development, production, storage, quality control, and distribution of drugs and related substances. Does this not mean all pharmacies? The academic pharmacies is there, the manufacturers are there, the reps are there, the wholesalers are there. So in effect, industrial pharmacy can be described as the nucleus of the pharmacy profession. It's good we have this in us so that we know that we are actually the association that is carrying the pharmacy profession. In all aspects, you are there. But most of us in the association might not have that idea. Now, we are all alive. For some of us that are lucky to be alive, we know why we are talking about the roles of industrial pharmacies in a depressed economy, opportunities, blah, blah, blah. It's all about what? The coronavirus pandemic. Am I right? It's just all about that. In fact, if actually there should be a serious economic depression, I think it's within that period or within this period and should have been caused by coronavirus. So the root cause of the current economic depression has presented a major challenge to industrial pharmacies. The need for research, testing, and analyzing for the development, production, storage, quality control, and distribution of a vaccine to combat this illness. And of course, it didn't end there. How do we go about that? That is all that is making everything happen. We'll come to see that most pharmacy shops started shutting down. Factories started either shutting down or narrowing down whatever they are doing. And then everything scatter. So let's look at the challenges and opportunities. The pandemic left a depressed economy from 2019 till date. If you allow me use your term, depressed economy. But after my initial expression, I would prefer saying recession. But let's go with depressed economy. It imposed lockdowns and border closures, disrupted pharmaceutical supply chains, slowing importation, spiking shipment costs. In fact, I remember before now, if you are importing anything from India or China, it's about $6,000. Am I right? 4,000, yeah. But now it's how much? 9, 15? Yes. Just shipment of what you want to use to manufacture, resulting in closures, scaling downs, and ultimately a high cost of drugs. So it's something you just cannot avoid. So it's good to know where the problem is coming from, know the challenges we are facing, and know how we should be able to tackle it. Because it might come again, maybe in different form. The urgency of the pandemic led to fast-track manufacture and approval of vaccines to help fight the coronavirus. However, initial distribution was not equitable. You know what I mean by not being equitable? If they produce it in America, of course, they have to take care of Americans first before they come to Nigeria. When Indians started producing their own, they had to, first of all, take care of Indians. Then even the World Health Organization started shouting, please, manage send to these developing countries because they can't do anything. So it now like gave opportunity for manufacturers within the developing countries to start doing something. I remember at the initial time of coronavirus, I used to get phone calls. Somebody would call me and say, Oga Juhel, this vaccine where they talk, you know if it produce them? I will, of course, you must give an answer. And you know, I'm sure if you gather all profits Juhel has made since existence, it won't be equal to what will be used to even work on these things. And that will take us to what Nigeria tried to do, which is also part of our problems. So the World Health Organization kept challenging the developing nations. And of course, when you talk about developing nations, it's Nigeria. I think we are the leading. India is no more the developing nation. If they claim they are, we'll be able to tell them why they are no more in that list. So everybody was looking at Nigeria. Can't you people? I learned you people started vaccine a long time ago. I'm sure most of us knew how May and Baker and all that and all that. This is the time to come up. But you see, the world took a risk to go start making use of the vaccines that were supposed to be tried on coronavirus. It was a very big risk. Thank God. I mean, you notice what happened then. Some people would text you and say, don't go, don't take the vaccine. No. In fact, some churches said, or rather instructed their church members not to take the vaccine. And most of them didn't take. But we are lucky. You know, Nigerians are always lucky. You know, we're always lucky. Unfortunately, while Nigeria is being expected to perform magic, Nigeria has its own problem that, of course, has kept us where we are till today. Is it getting better or getting worse? So, somebody has said something about inconsistent mismanagement of government policies. This morning, the secretary of the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Group was giving me reason why he won't be here. Do you know what his main reason was? That he has an appointment with customs today to fight on the fact that pharmaceutical raw materials should not be vatable. You and I know that this has been approved since. But if you get to the custom desk, they will say, let me see the paper. That we were not told. We were not, that you have a policy marshaled by the federal government, sent to all the agencies, including custom. But the custom wants you to give him a paper to clear your drug. And of course, if you must clear that product, you must, of course, add to the cost of the drugs before you're able to succeed. And this lack of infrastructures, mismanagement of policies, started affecting our professionals. Doctors, pharmacists, nurses, they started exiting. You can't believe that today young pharmacists travel abroad. Old pharmacists. In fact, I was discussing with one of us here this afternoon. We are talking about a pharmacist in our area who had already made it, had a shop, built his own residential house where he lived, but had to move to America with everything he had. They are all follow up to what we are having in this country. Till today, I don't want to talk as a manufacturer, because if I talk, most of us will hate me. Maybe those that have somebody in government. I mean, when my chairman was talking, he said something about diesel 800 naira. It's not a joke. In fact, if you want to buy diesel in Warri now, you buy at 775. That is, if you are a petroleum dealer, you buy good diesel, 775 naira, and then, of course, will you sell less than 800 naira? But part of that Nigerian problem, you can get diesel at 650 naira. But what will tell you if you put it in your good generator? But it's there, and it's coming out steady. So, till tomorrow, we are still losing our brains, the best brains, everybody. Did somebody say something about having our PVC? I wouldn't want to say that. Incidentally, I'm not a politician. I'm not yet interested in politics. But I think PVC is very important. As usual, the federal government decided to take action. I can assure you there was no serious consultation. Those involved were not consulted. Nobody ever does that. See, luckily, I've been operating amongst the organized private sector for donkey years. I started as a very young pharmacist. I was a man. I rose to becoming the president. I couldn't catch up because of my business. Somebody else took over. I was in NASIMA. I was at the national body of NASIMA. Of course, currently, I'm in the ESCO of NECA, Nigeria Employers Consultative Association. Why did I develop that interest? Because I am looking for my own route of letting government know what they should do. And I'll tell you, if we prepare presentations to the government, you need to see the presentations. Beautiful. Fantastic. And if you present it to any government person, they will just sit down. You will see him excited. Oh, I will see the president tomorrow. Oh, I will see the minister tomorrow. Or if you're talking to the minister, I will see the president. They will collect it from you. Tomorrow you will hear them read it out. This blah, 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 done. This blah, 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 done. But how will it be implemented? In fact, you won't even hear about it again after that announcement. And we are still, of course, where we are. The central bank, of course, after consulting with the government, decided to give grants for research in coronavirus. Giving people, they gave only 5 people. I don't know whether more people have been given now. 50 million naira. Do pharmacists know any of that? NAFDAC was part of it. I could have wanted to have the NAFDAC person still here. NAFDAC was part of it, though. But do pharmacists, do NAIP, do you people know those that were giving the money? Are they all pharmacists? Don't ask me whether NAIP'S is involved. NAIP'S, you know, is an agency of government that is supposed to be involved in research on pharmaceutical products. We have pharmacy schools. We have a vice chancellor. In fact, Namayoga, sorry, sir. He pays me every month, if you don't know. Because I lecture in his university. So if I talk too much, he might. We have pharmacy schools. We have pharmacy schools that are, we have departments that are supposed to be researching on these things. We have pharmacognosy, if they want it from local herbs. We have farm tech and industrial pharmacy. In fact, that's where I had my master's and PhD. We have pharmacology. We have pharmaceutical microbiology. We have pharmaceutical chemistry. We have anything you need to research on these things. What will it take, as we see, to take the money, go to NAIP'S, give them solid money. Go to the pharmacy schools, give them solid money, create an agency to monitor them. You gave somebody 50 million naira, gave him 2 years to discover vaccine. No, it's actually a laughing matter, but it's also shameful at the same time. So, Sorry. I think I'm going. Okay, that should be the next one. So after giving 50 million naira to just 5 people for now, nobody knows what is happening. They also agreed to give 500 million naira grant. You know what grant means? You don't need to pay back. To companies interested in coronavirus vaccine manufacture with the expectation of having results within 1 year. The implementation of this, I don't know manufacturers that have received. Have you received? I don't know. And of course, to manufacture vaccines, you must have the facilities. I know most companies in Nigeria don't even have the facilities. But with this money, you can get maybe only one of the machines and be able to set that one machine up. Just the machine. So, this has been announced. Everybody has heard it. We've all heard about it. It's already in the document of Nigeria as what has been done to tackle, coronavirus, which is the cause of why we are here, talking about depressed economy. But what is happening next? So, we have gone through this coronavirus issue. Remember, we are talking about the pharmacists providing solution to very essential drugs in a depressed economy. Am I right? Yes. And what within essential drugs, we know there are some that are very, very common. Analgesics, am I right? Antibiotics, antibacterials, all those. I told you how the president of America, the wife had to go and meet Johns Hopkins University to beg research for me to treat my oga. And they did. And the issue was sorted out. But there is an issue that is already on ground. We must have been hearing about it. But they are telling us that it's more dangerous than all these things we are talking about. And that lack of these essential drugs will reduce lives in developing countries. Let me just leave the developed countries alone. Like Nigeria. Far more than malaria, HIV, all these things. It's very fresh, but it's happening. So the industrial pharmacies have to work harder. He said that the depressed state of the economy highlights the increased risk of antimicrobial resistance, perhaps the greatest challenge for industrial pharmacies. How? What are they talking about? According to the World Health Organization, superbugs, I guess most of us, at least the people in the university, should know what superbug is all about. Microbe strains that are resistant to most antimicrobials used to treat the infections that they cause. That is not here. So you give somebody a medicine, it doesn't work. But we don't know the risk. It's causing a very big risk. It represents a global crisis that threatens a century of progress in health. In fact, all over the world. This lady made this presentation last week. I think June 9th. And that's part of what she said. The idea that increased access to antibiotics can help fight antimicrobial resistance may sound paradoxical. You know, if you go abroad, you have cause to be injected antibiotic. Before they give it to you, you will almost be dying. In fact, after performing an operation, In developing countries like Nigeria, a doctor won't even start an operation if he doesn't have metronidazole infusion around the hospital. He will say, I won't start. But abroad, a doctor will finish operation, clean up, ask you to go. You don't need to. You can only give you analgesics. And they succeed. But look at somebody now saying, access, trying to encourage access to antibiotics. However, shortages of essential medicines in low and middle income countries lead to patients receiving no treatments at all or less effective alternatives, giving bacteria and fungi opportunities to develop resistance. You know, I mean, we watched a play now. The patient knelt down to beg the pharmacist to sell the drug cheap. Did the patient finally buy the drug? Of course he didn't, and he couldn't. He can't kill himself. He walked back, and that is exactly what is happening in Nigeria now. And what is this lady trying to tell us? That we are creating large number of cases of drug resistance. Just simple antibiotic. And that the effect is tougher than we expect. This is a publication from Lancet. I'm sure the academics understand. Lancet is a medical journal. Yes. Discovered many years back. I think 1883 or so by a surgeon. And named Lancet is actually an equipment that is used for. So in that very journal, worldwide, an estimated 4.95 million deaths associated with bacterial antimicrobial resistance occurred in 2019. Just 2019, not yet, with more than 1 million people dying as a direct result. So we must do something. The industrial pharmacists, you have to do something. It's a problem. It's also an opportunity. Is it not? So make the drugs. Distribute the drugs. Store them. But don't do wayo. This same group, of which that lady is the chief executive officer, also stated that antimicrobial resistance is developing into a silent pandemic. So not only coronavirus pandemic, that kills more people than malaria and HIV/AIDS combined, with the worst hit regions in sub-Saharan Africa. And when you talk about sub-Saharan Africa, now we be the population now. What else are you talking? Where do we go? Aso Rock? I won't go with you. Amongst us, the industrial pharmacists, we need to cooperate. There will be cooperation amongst pharmacists, collaboration, the regulation is involved, PCN and NAFDAC, and co-petition. I hope we understand what I mean by co-petition. Because without competition, there won't be growth. Without competition, there won't be quality. There won't be even expansion. So co-petition should actually be part of it. You get to understand where I'm going. The Nigerian pharma market has a potential, it is currently about $2.5 billion US. By the time you consider what is happening now, a lot of companies are expanding their facilities, maybe because of what the CBN and government tried to do, which is just a tip of the iceberg. Just try to do something. But follow-up is part of our problems. And then with this, that means it commands about 40% of the African farmer market. This is definitely true. In fact, it should even exceed this. When you talk of Africa, after South Africa, any other one, others are, most of them are attached to us somehow. To achieve this, it is essential that NAIP, PMG MAN, ACPN, actually I'm interested in mentioning all associations in the pharmacy profession, not just the ones here. So if your own is not mentioned, you can add it in your head. Should work as a team, collaborate, cooperate, compete, and carry out healthy competition. That's the simple meaning of competition that promotes quality and growth. You must have to work together. NAIP, you shouldn't just come and follow your own. In fact, I was also, when I was talking with the chairman, I told him that PMG MAN is actually supposed to be under NAIP. Am I not right? Mind you, I'm a very strong member. In fact, in this your conference, I'm representing the PMG MAN chairman. It's very simple. So the collaboration, cooperation, competition is a good competition. Is very, very necessary for us to achieve anything. When the guy on the natural drugs was talking, most of us were like, so this organization is there. Oh, so this there's a group like this. But if we have been going through all this, I'm sure we'll get to know and utilize what can come from any of us. See, this is a simple thing. It doesn't take anything. There is a need for a data-centric approach from these pharmaceutical groups, coupled with robust analysis to present the most reliable information for government assistance, energizing future pharmacies to take over and make further progress. If you are growing or you are in an organization, you come up and there is no information for you to work with, can you work? So NAIP should keep their records. Any important decision you have, please keep it. Have a good information where you store all the data, everything. Other organizations should be able to have that. Keep them, work with them, because our future pharmacies, if you don't have anything to show, then you are irrelevant. Some will even stop attending conferences. Some will say, what's the essence of this NAIP? Which one concern me? But when they are taking over and there are agreed issues, strong points they need to work on, they will improve on it. And things will be getting better for us. You must not have everything at a time to succeed. It's good to follow. That's why Nigerian government thought that within 2 years, we should have vaccine with 50 million naira. I mean, there should be technology transfer. You just can't do without this. If you read history of most successful companies, you can't go it all alone. Incidentally, most companies in Nigeria are already on it. That's the only way to go. So technology transfer should be encouraged amongst manufacturers to enable venture into API manufacture, preventing experiences suffered during the peak of coronavirus pandemic, where countries limited exports. In fact, there's a story of a company in Nigeria that manufactures one particular antibacterial agent. And he had his friend who supplies the raw material from India. And they are so friendly. If he gets to India, the man hosts him, keeps him in hotel. The man comes to Nigeria, they are everywhere. And during coronavirus, he needed that same raw material that Indian man is producing. He called the man. The man said, "Oh, God, sorry, I can't export. If you like, give me all the money in the world." Can you imagine? Of course, he's acting on the instruction of the government. He cannot export that product. If he does, he will be dealt with. And somebody was saying that, in fact, in a big write-up, that Nigeria don't have manufacturing companies, pharmaceutical manufacturing companies yet. Do you agree? Do you agree? I read it, I refuse to agree. Not after I'm losing sleepless nights trying to manufacture, and you are telling me Nigeria don't have manufacturing companies. But he proved himself. He said that we only gather materials and compound. That we can consider ourselves as manufacturing companies when we start making the APIs. From APIs, we can now get down there. And I shut up my mouth. Yes, that is right. Regulatory agencies need to ensure more efficient, very important, efficient product and premise registration to increase quantity and quality of products made in Nigeria. I think NAFDAC is trying now. Before now, it takes almost 6 months to register a product. Minimum of 3 months. Is it still on? Hello? What we are saying is that there should be a limited time so far the manufacturer is cooperating, providing the information required. You should be able to register the product within a very short time so that the manufacturer can go ahead and start manufacturing. And we have more manufacturers making more products. Then PCN should have no reason, so far the person has met all the essential things, give the person authority to start operating, whether pharmacy shop or whatever. But what we are saying here is that everything you're doing must be very efficient. Don't jump guns to get somebody to go ahead. So part of your information to the people will be to give them calm information on what they need even before they start coming. If we do that, we have many companies manufacturing, many pharmacy shops distributing, many people even importing the essential ones. And that will increase accessibility and reducing the need of certain unnecessary imports. You know, we are many here. We have manufacturers, we have importers. Am I right? I know somewhere they fight. Am I right, Mr. President? Okay. You see, we've talked about technology transfer. To be able to get most of these companies involved in all these aspects, including the API that made somebody say we don't have manufacturers yet. To achieve these goals, the government and multinationals should work with drug companies to overcome commercial obstacles. I don't know about any of us that knows about APIFA. APIFA, very important. The name is API for Africa. So, what is that? is almost like a non-governmental. Their own is to assist manufacturers who, I think I even explained this somewhere, who are interested in manufacturing APIs, active pharmaceutical ingredients. They will advise you, take you through. A lot of manufacturers have already keyed in. And it's extremely important that manufacturers should key in, work with them, and you have choice of different types of APIs. There are a lot. And what they try to do, if you are keying into the one another company has already keyed in, they advise you, leave this, go to this. And it's working out. So manufacturers who are supposed to be part of NAIP should try to take advantage of this. Availability of essential drugs is key to the health of any nation, including Nigeria. The initial effort by the government and the Central Bank of Nigeria in establishing Health System Support Fund 2 years ago encouraged a gradual growth of the manufacturing sector of the pharmaceutical industry. I guess most of us knew about this action taken by the federal government and CBN. Yes, it's good. But is it supposed to just be a one-time push? No. We are saying if you just give somebody this, you should monitor, add more, repeat, so that others who have not benefited will also benefit. If you really want the nation to have complete health system that is acceptable anywhere in the world, or at least minimally within developing nations. So they did this. Similar actions should be applied to all sectors of the pharmacy practice in Nigeria. Even the pharmacy shop owner should be encouraged somehow because of the fact that, I used to tell them that a doctor can kill a patient, but a pharmacist can kill many people at a time without even knowing. We know what happened in Enugu many years back. One of us made a mistake, very slight mistake. He was trying to make an anti-malarial. Am I right? And we lost many children. He didn't do it purposely, So the pharmacy profession needs a lot. People think we are talking rubbish, that we are demanding so much. But if you know the importance of the profession, nothing will be too much for it. So we are talking about the same facility, if you regard it as facility, should be extended to energize growth and stability of pharmacy business and ensure steady supply of essential drugs within the country. The intervention should not be a one-time practice. It should be made regular or a special fund set up by the government and the Central Bank of Nigeria for pharmaceutical business under serious supervision by a relevant agency. You know what we do in this country? They will establish a relevant agency. They will make an engineer the DG of that agency. And all the staff there, you won't have one pharmacist. And then you expect the agency to work well with the pharmacy profession to provide the drugs. Of course, it's not possible. So if they consult the people that are involved and are able, this will not cost much. After all, you're part of what is happening in this country. One man, they call the the accountant of the federation, took 80 billion away. Okay, it's added more, yes. 197 billion. If that money is provided for So this is one thing that has been a very serious problem to this country. And it involves, let's not just feel that we are pharmacists, that we have our own tiny business. You have to get involved somehow. I'm giving you reason why I've been operating within the organized private sector. And I do that silently because it's not necessary. You know, even when you contribute, you make strong points. Open your eyes. Tighten up. What they will say, this pharmacist is always giving trouble. You're on your own. And push from where you should push. It's very important. You don't allow people to take you for granted. But you must belong to some of these things to be able to achieve something. First, start with the pharmacy profession. Health is wealth. A healthy nation is a wealthy nation. Nigeria cannot achieve an acceptable health policy without the easy availability of essential drugs, which can only be made possible by the Nigerian Association of Industrial Pharmacists, in cooperation with other pharmacy professions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Professor Joel. Professor Simoni is here, and you agree with me? All right, sir. So we have a new professor in our midst. Thank you so very much. That was a marvelous presentation by the distinguished Professor Ifeanyi Okoye from Juhel Pharmaceuticals. Thank you, sir. We will be taking just 10 minutes, questions and answers. So, okay. I've been asked that. All right, sir. Okay, at this point, it's my pleasure to bring forward Pharmacist Theophilus Emeka Ademoha to come forward to read the citation of Professor Charles Oke Esimone, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and Fellow Academy of Science, as we bring him forward. Yes, there's a car that is causing a commotion out there, Hyundai Sonata, silver color, with registration number LSD 875HH. Please, you are expected to come out to either repark or move the car. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished, high-esteemed pharmacists. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, members of the press. Ladies and gentlemen, my role is simple, but very ambiguous. Yes, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Simple because it's to read what has been written, but ambiguous because I've been called to read a citation of a close friend, a brother, a classmate who has towered so high among some of us in the class, if not all of us in the class, academically anyway. So you cannot clap for me for explaining what I mean. Thank you very much. They've told me financially too. So, Prof. All right. This is the citation for Professor Charles Oke Esimone. He is a fellow of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. First and foremost, a pharmacist. Okay. I wait for him to take his position. Thank you. I'll try and abridge this. Charles Okechukwu Esimone is a Cameroonian by birth.
Yes, I am correct. He was born in Cameroon. I said by birth. He graduated from St. Joseph's College, Sase, Cameroon. He also came down to Nigeria, his fatherland, to study his first degree in pharmacy, master's degree in pharmacy, PhD in pharmacy from the Lion's Den. Okay, Simona is a professor of biopharmaceutics and pharmaceutical microbiology in the Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Nanda University, and the first dean of that faculty, actually. Okay rose from the deanship to deputy vice chancellor academics of the same university. Okay became professor at the age of 37. Imagine as the youngest professor in the university and her first professor of pharmacy, as well as the first professor of pharmaceutical microbiology in the southeastern Nigeria. Standing before us, Professor K. Simone has well over 200 publications. The most recent being the list of 28 most published scholars in Nigeria, where Professor K. Simone was nominated as the 18th most published scholar in Nigeria. He has pioneered so many research works with deep interest in antiviral and antimicrobial and indigenous medicinal plants. Okay speaks English, French, and German. He is a recipient of several awards, including but not limited to Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship of Germany, 2003 to 2005. He is a life visiting professor at the University of Oxford. He is the honorary professor of Academic Union of Oxford University, UK. He is a board of trustee member of Anchor University, Lagos. Okay is a member of several professional bodies, including the Global Young Academy and the American Society for Cell Biology. He is a member of the Governing Council of Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, then known as Ikeja University, Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, then known as Ikeja University, and Non-Medicine Society of Nigeria. He is indeed the pioneer national president of the Non-Medicine Society of Nigeria. He has successfully supervised over 50 postgraduate students. He is a recipient of various national and international grants and a reviewer to several national and international journals. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Professor Charles Oke Simone, who is also married, happily, and blessed with 3 boys and 2 girls. Today, Professor Charles Oke Simone will be taking his discussions on professional collaboration and coordination as a panacea to industrial growth. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Prof. Oke Simone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What my classmate didn't say is that out of those 5 children, the second set is a quadruplet. So I don't know. So I don't know whether there's any pharmacist in the whole world that has a quadruplet. If you find, please let me know so that we can interact and share experiences and challenges. Thank you. We have been standing on protocols since after the chairman of NAIP indirectly told us that we have to stand on existing protocols. But I must recognize the chairman of this occasion, a very good friend and brother,
Pharmamedia Kasai. I must recognize my own president, a brother for long, who some of the successes that I recorded even as dean and as deputy vice chancellor, Professor Sifo was behind it because we needed aggressive capacity building. It was at the center. So I recognize Cyril Sifo. I must thank you, the NAIP chairman, a very worthy lion. He was my senior in school. You see, the man, the size has nothing. I was expecting that as you are aging, you will be increasing. You are still looking younger. I'm even older than you now. They look. Thank you so much. I want to thank, I am seeing my chairman, president of, because when they mentioned, I insisted that, Emeka must mention that I'm a super lion. Because I heard the MC brandishing great if you didn't know that lions, when we come out here, we will devour all of you. So I recognize, yes, the chairman of UNN Pharmacy Alumni, Global, yes, Global, is here, Saike Onyechi. Thank you, sir. I recognize my other fellow speakers, Jasper Onyeka, and my sister Okafo from PCN representative. Thank you very much. And I greet you, my dear brother. And all of you who have one way or the other influenced my lives, I must say thank you, and may God bless you. I am not qualified. I must start by apologizing to be one of the plenary lecturers, especially when my boss, pharmacist, doctor, professor, they say professor, distinguished professor Eric Ifeanyi has spoken. In fact, when Bankole told me that you speak after Juhel, I said, trouble. Why you want to put this kind of high jump? It's not fair because, I've been on his payroll for a long time. So that he doesn't cut it. Yes. I've been on his payroll. But I must recognize this keynote speaker. When they were introducing you, they didn't say enough. But the entire School of Pharmacy, that made us to start. If you go, there's a big complex, the Faculty of Pharmacy Agulu, was single-handedly endowed by pharmacist Dr. Eric Ifeanyi. Not just the auditorium. I'm waiting to make sure that the slide comes up. I sent it. Bankole, did you give them my slide again? I'm just using style to wait for the slide to come up. So, thank God. So, Pharmacist Eric Ifeanyi, I'm so happy that you are here. And another secret that he doesn't like sharing is that he was instrumental to my coming to Nnamdi Azikiwe University. When he built the school and they needed a dean, I was a senior lecturer then at UNN. I just about being a reader. And Ifeanyi insisted that they should bring me. They were making other suggestions of other older professional colleagues. He refused. And because he was the one that endowed the program, they gave him the right of first refusal. So when the VC saw that he was adamant and said, you must bring that young man, you must bring him, he's the one. They look at my CV, they shouted, they said, where have you been hiding? He said, Joel told him, I told you. So you are bringing, he said, put him there, you will see the difference. And I'm sure that, the rest is history. Because for the first time in the university, I served as dean for 5 years. No, deanship is 2 years. I finished the first 2 years. They renewed it. They renewed it until the 5th year. And I finished by the 5th year. They said I must join the governing council. They campaigned for me. I became a member of the council. From the council, they moved me to DVC. When they saw that there was no vacancy, they made me acting DVC for, I acted for 6 months as DVC, academic. And then they now did the substantive. I became DVC for 2 terms, finished again. The first person also to have served as DVC for 5 years. Usually it's 4 years. But I served for 5 years. And by the time I finished, by the grace of God, I became, the humble servant, chief servant of the university, vice chancellor. So that story of that elevation, uncommon elevation, I can never tell it without mentioning, Eric Ifeanyi Okoye, who is also my staff. So he's on my payroll. So he's on my payroll also. So this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, very briefly, I'm not going to reinvent the wheels, but I'll just share some thoughts about collaboration. Standing on what Joel has done, very elaborate lecture. What do you expect? Somebody who is an alumnus of Harvard Business School. So you can't expect anything less. So I thank you. We just want to talk about professional collaboration and coordination as a panacea to industrial growth. The NAPA NAIP example. This particular lecture will try to x-ray some of the things we have been saying around this conference, how to move, how to collaborate between professionals. And there is this Chinese proverb. I don't know how many of you understand the Chinese, but I will speak it, whether you understand or not. Qingwan Qingwan Shachi. So, Qingwan Qingwan Shachi, it means simply, don't bother. I did a translation for you. What it simply means, I hope there's no Chinese here. What it simply means is that if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. That speaks to collaboration. Collaboration is key if you want to go far. And we're talking about growth, industrial growth. That means we want to grow the entire pharmacy structure. But you have nucleotides, the different professional groups that make up that. If anyone says I'm more superior, then the gene is completely knocked. That's why you have deformed genes that are not functional, because one nucleotide is misbehaving on the other. So that's the same way it is in the pharmacy profession. If we don't collaborate as interdependent subunits, like nucleotides of DNA, we will not go far. We may just experience some, kind of neoplasm, can just experience a tumor kind of growth. And after that, there will be problem. So, these nucleotides, they have to deal with the academic pharmacy, and that handles the aspect of research and development, and also training. I was sharing somewhere, I said, you see, the greatest problem which we have not seen about the future is our inability to invest in the training of today. That's why when they talked about the money that accountant stole or whatever, you see, if you pump that into academia, you will guarantee proper training for the people that will manage our tomorrow. When you have defective, training system, you can't guarantee a good future for tomorrow. And that is what Nigeria has not envisaged. And I don't know why we are seeing it as if it's favor being done to one group or the other. No. We should invest in training, in capacity building. Now, when I became dean in a school of pharmacy, it was a very small faculty, very small. CIFO was there at the inception. Very few people. But one thing I did, and I did that deliberately. And that's why I said Eric Ifeanyi Okoye was assisting. I told them that infrastructure, lab, all this, they're important, but the most important thing is training, capacity building. We were just about 16 or there about the entire faculty then. So you know what? And they were all young boys, young boys and girls. So I invested in their training. All the labs I visited in America, I would send them there. Some of them have never crossed River Niger before. So I sent them to Canada, sent them to University College London, sent to South Africa. And that was it. It was scholarship grants. I was looking for grants, and so my beg people. And short courses. You can imagine 6 months training in UCL. Some even went to 3 months, some 9 months or so. And those guys came back All of them. In fact, if you see them, if you see the way they are very effective, highly sought after everywhere. One of them is in Harvard as we speak now. But product of training. You train them, and then I now load them with assignments. They will work. First of all, they went to high-class labs and saw the research ethics culture. It was different from what is common here in Nigeria. So when they came back, their research ethics was quite different. And they were prolific, the lecture delivery and everything. So that was what was the major source of the success we had, human capacity, training. So if we invest as a nation in training, or as an association in training, those who man our industries, man our pharmacists, then we will not have a problem. When you hear people saying we have unemployable graduates, you know what they're talking to? They're saying the graduates were not properly trained. They didn't have any hands-on experience. So NAPA has that role. And so whatever, by the time I leave here now, I'll make an appeal for, special appeal. You will see the appeal towards the end of what we can all do to invest in our future by training the pharmacists of tomorrow. So the industrial pharmacy that needs, they actually need the research and development for the creation of new products. Pharmacists, I'm referring to him again, if I was talking about vaccine as a nation. You know, one story, and I like sharing it when I have the opportunity. During the COVID era, we wrote a proposal. I got a grant actually, but not from CBN. Not from CBN. We did something, and the outcome is still there on a herbal product for COVID-19, which we are still developing. Is going on. Very good research that came out. But one of the greatest things that amused me at one point, there was a national committee that was set up by the Ministry of Science and Tech. And I was in that committee for us to evaluate COVID and products and so on and so forth. And we came there. The first day we came. Sit. So they brought, there was this Madagascar. Now, what I'm sharing because this is so when they brought the dossier, the report that Nigeria did for that. And within 5 minutes, I flipped through. I said, what is this one? So I said, is this what we analyze as a country and then condemn that Madagascar something? You know what they did there? That report I saw, they did phytochemistry of the product and that. I said, so where is the empirical testing this product against the COVID-19 virus? There was no test. They didn't check it against COVID-19 virus. I said, so where is the detailed toxicological test? Not just LD50. What is acute toxicity test as a nation? You should check whether these products, they affect the liver. You do histopathology of all of these organs. It was not there. And I said, this is terrible. And that was the report. So they just pick those things, look at the phytochemistry and that, and say the product is not effective. How can you say that? How can you say that? So you see that the idea of bad infrastructure, no proper training, has over the years eroded us of basic knowledge that we needed to have to make contributions. So when we're talking about no capacity for vaccine, it's also the same thing. You have not been able to develop herbal product that you have comparative advantage over. Then how can you talk about vaccines? I went to Afrexim Bank in December last year to make a proposal to establish a little vaccine, because that's my area. I'm a biotechnologist, pharmaceutical biotechnologist, to establish a little, and I made the proposal. Excellent, and we're still working on it anyway, to develop a small facility to do little vaccines, and both the research and the vaccine will cost us nothing less than, $18 million. Just small for R&D facilities, nothing less than that. And because of 18 million minimum, just small one, not industrial scale that Eric defines. And you are giving somebody 50 million naira to do. So it's just, And Afrexim Bank is looking at the thing. So they are very serious. They have sent to their expert, they are reviewing it. But as a nation, we need to be more serious if we want to tackle these problems. Somebody said, and it is true, that if you come and you give researchers, Professor Sifo understands this. Somebody wants to do a research that will cost maybe 50 million. He said, okay. He said, take this 2 million, manage. You know what they are telling him? Go and change your tire in your vehicle. Go and buy fuel. He won't do the research. So we need to be serious. If you say want to do research, we map out what is needed. When they were doing that draft for that CBN something, I had one of my classmates was there. So I was indirectly trying to review the protocol for them. But he said when he presented my own stand, they said, no, this is not going to work. It's too much. Let's just give 50 million and then 500 million and things like that. So, and we are still where we are. But I think it's time for us as pharmacists, as industrial pharmacists, to take the bull by the horn. We don't need to necessarily wait for, somebody somewhere. We can do it on, and I'll give us the little model I think we can do through this idea of collaboration. We can get somewhere. Hospital pharmacists are also there, and community pharmacists. They utilize the products for their benefit. And so Pharmacists Fine listed some of them. Now, the interdependence means that there is need for collaboration. As academia will invent new drugs for old and new diseases to solve industrial problems, we know that this is practical. We have seen that even with the vaccine for COVID-19, the AstraZeneca COVID-19. Oxford was primarily involved in that. Where I did my postdoctoral research fellowship in Germany, one of the things I benefited there was that in that little lab we had in Germany, we were always, solving problems for the industry. In fact, one of the things they were doing is that if you have a problem, industries will contact them, they will do. We postdoc PhD students will be doing the research, and then after that, you get your pay from there. And it was a common thing. They were working on HIV, they were working on different viral types, but industry was always in contact with them. So they always reach out to him. So if the man needs to get a PhD student, he will wait for the list of problems that the industry has, and that PhD student will work on that. He will just tell you want to work on this, you work, and then that's how they were developing. Industry was fully collaborating with academia for product development, like we saw here what Oxford is doing. And what stops us from doing that? The issue is that if you go to Oxford, for instance, and other places where they do this, some of the key researchers there who will be involved in this R&D are people from Nigeria, from Africa also. What is the difference? They're in a place where the infrastructure has been provided, proper remuneration is there, and they do the work. You do the same thing here, we will do the work. So it is just that somewhere there is a gap that you and I will need to identify and fill. Now, the industry will pay for the research and provide capacity. The same thing, AstraZeneca, they now established Center of Excellence. They have it in Loughborough, in Loughborough University. And they're also giving master's and PhD scholarships. I'll also talk about that towards the end very briefly. The retail and hospital, they use the products from the industry. So, feedback is important. The industry will need to know what are the practical effect of this medication, patient acceptability. So that feedback, you get that from the hospital, you get that from community pharmacists also. So the feedback helps them to also moderate their product, and then we'll go forward. Now, the industry, they can also have their own research and development unit. Actually, one of my students now from that Faculty of Pharmacy at Goloso was invited to work in a GSK lab in the UK to test orphan drugs for the purpose of repurposing. Now, one of the things they said, which I like quoting, because he sent this to me, he said that they told him, you have the freedom to use our high-tech research and development laboratories with limitless possibility to carry out research in orphan drugs. That was what they told him. So this is an open check. For somebody who is smart, if we translate this and do here, and many of our boys are smart. These are products, these are people who train with a little or nothing. And when they go there, they so much excel that they are highly sought after. If you create the same enabling environment here, they will do more than this place. So where is the collaboration? The industry and academia, the industry provides capacity in terms of research, infrastructure, and equipment. They also, the industry feeds basic research with reports of issues that are encountered during production or market requirement that require solution. And this is where, a lot of our industries need to take advantage. The problems you have, the issues that you have, the challenges that you have, report it back to the academia. That teamwork, that collaboration can help us solve the problem very fast. The academia provides the human resources, and at the same time, they develop the capacity of the human resources who carry out the basic research to break frontiers or carry out applied research to create new products or modify new products. So you see that there is a point of synergy that we must always do. The same thing with the hospital and the community. They send the necessary feedbacks to pharmacists who are the persons who interact with the patients through pharmacovigilance and therapeutic drug monitoring. So the information from the retail pharmacists, the industry, goes back to production, who relates this information to research and development. So you see the chain, how this collaboration is synergistic all around. The industrial pharmacists may also commission an investigation into the cause. Something you have a problem like the propylene glycol, ethylene glycol that pharmacist Stephen Okoye talked about. You can commission inquiry into that. And there are many issues even now that people are trying to find out, trying to inquire. There was a common one at the point where they were talking about like just chloroquine. When chloroquine was being used some years back, we're trying to find out why certain people react to itching and why some don't. And we got some basic data at that time, but because then people were just excited about publication. There was no real synergy between the pharma industry and the academia. We were just doing this for academic purposes. But we got some, very wonderful reasons and saw how we can solve that problem that time, which we published in certain journals at that time. But because there was no collaboration, we just do and publish. But this should form the basis for collaboration. There are issues. I want you to solve this. Maybe I have this tablet. Stability is not very good. Or this syrup is not very, how do I coat it so that it becomes better and still gives the desired activity? Many of these issues can be solved when there is feedback from hospitals or from community pharmacies. I'll give some few examples here. The Oxford University and AstraZeneca collaboration. What bettered the AstraZeneca COVID-19? It was this kind of collaboration. Now, in this association, NAIP has done wonderfully well collaborating with academia in terms of this. And I don't know, let's clap for NAIP. I don't know how many of us in this hall know that the product of that has led to development of, there's a herbal cough syrup that is called NANIP. Are we aware of that? We have NANIP. We also have this, one used for treatment of rashes called Pinan. Now, this information is vital, but you can now see how we downplay the efforts of our own collaboration. Now, this should have been something that should have been going haywire everywhere. The pharmacy stores everywhere that are promoting it because it's an indigenous effort, product. We need to promote our own very efficiently. In every shop, you make sure people have the cough syrup and this cream. People should know about, government should know about it, aggressively at the grassroots level everywhere, even if it's just one product. Because that is what will assert you as those who are contributing to national development, even without necessarily getting support from government. You need to assert yourself. So I'm believing that after this conference, we'll devise means of promoting these two products, because others are coming. Let this not be products that will just stay on the shelf, but the product that will be aggressively advertised, used everywhere. We force the doctors through adverts to begin to prescribe this. And I tell you, as more people are using the products, as you are getting feedback, we can begin to modify again. We can begin to adjust. We can begin to change certain things. But when we don't advertise, they are not using the products, you are not getting feedback. Clinical trials for this is not something that will far-fetch. These are things we should take further from here. These two products. But these are examples of the collaborations we have so far between NAPA and NAIP. And more is coming, because in my own local university, we also have some of this collaboration. For instance, NAIP Anambra State chapter. And I'm happy the chairman is here, Anambra State chapter, who was also my student and my project student. Then his current chairman, they are forming something with our university. Now, in this collaboration, NAIP
they want to build a pilot production unit that will be run by NAPA Unizik. Now, that pilot production unit, the chairman talked about there are cases where you may decide to have, contract manufacturing. Rather than importing all these importers who are, it's not bad to import, but we can now begin to localize some of these things and build revenue and funds for ourselves. Now, what NAIP wants to do in collaboration with our university, when they set up this pilot production unit, it will be for joint production for, NAIP, whatever product you want at subsidized rate. And you are doing two things when you do that. One, you are developing capacity more. And then you are also, the cost of production and every other thing is reduced. So this is collaboration that they are actually working on now and is going on. They are also planning to set up a research lab for R&D that will be situated at our university. Now, the research lab will be equipped by NAIP, while Unizik will provide the building. We'll have a structure already. They want to do that. And that laboratory will serve NAIP like the AstraZeneca lab at the Loughborough University, UK, serves AstraZeneca. That's the model behind this. So NAPA Unizik will also have the freedom to innovate in the laboratory and test their innovation in the production unit built by NAIP. What else do we look for in the collaboration? This all will be, all the strike you see as you go in because they don't have something like this. Now NAIP is providing it for us, and we can now showcase whatever we are rushing abroad to do. We'll be doing it in this place, R&D lab, completely. We also expect that from these products, we'll have spin-off products that will have ready market as NAIP members will be ready to snap them up. I think we need to clap for NAIP for this. There's what we call convergence innovation. And NAIP Anambra can actually reach NAPA Unizik for solutions when there is gap in the market. Once you see gap in anything whatsoever, you can reach out. I mentioned to you that when I did my postdoc, industries were always coming to the research lab. So NAPA will look for the solutions and then revert back to the industry. Again, there is ready market because the research was problem-based. Once you have a research that is problem-based, there's ready market. So this is a process. This is what we call convergence innovation. It will enable growth in both the industry and also in the academia. Further ways of collaboration as I round up now. NAIP can decide to sponsor PhD students in certain areas of interest. You look around, there are challenges you have. You can say, okay, we want PhD students in this. And you approach any of the universities anywhere to sponsor PhD students to get solutions to that. Now, there's one there, centers of excellence. You can set up regional centers of excellence. Government, they are doing it in their own, but you can now set it up in the different geopolitical zones. Centers of excellence focusing on certain areas of research so that you can reach them. Those in Lagos, here you have your center of excellence, this southwest region, in the northwest, northeast, north central, southeast, south, south. If you have these regional centers of excellence, it will achieve a couple of things. First, you are going to develop capacity very rapidly. And secondly, you are going to be getting cheap innovations because you are sponsoring people that are solving your problem for you and you are applying back again into your market. It's something that NAIP should think about. They can also set up trust funds to help establish these centers of excellence. You can trust funds. And trust funds, we've mentioned some pharmacists who are very, well endowed. They can, but you don't need, the well endowed people alone. There could be, partly contribution by NAIP members. You say this is something, maybe 500 naira even. Over years, over 3, 4, 5 years, it can come up to something very great for trust fund that you can use to set up centers of excellence to solve problems related to the pharmaceutical industry. Even the API thing we're talking about. Nothing, you can give them different charges, different centers of excellence, focus on different areas. We can help you in that kind of discussion to design, myself and the peers, we are experts in that kind of something, to design such thing. NAIP members can be involved in experiential teachings in the universities. What I call experiential teaching is that you are in the industry. You know the problems. You are coming to lecture in the university based on your experience. And that's what the pharmacist, Dr. Ikeja, is doing for us.
That's why the students will not mind, both masters and PhD. They'll go to his conference room and sit down. In fact, the testimony is that whenever they come there, they get more ideas than what to give them as a note, because he's talking from industry experience. He's not talking from paperwork or from experience. We can work out that to have this experiential teaching. Actually, in a conference I was in last month, organized by the U.S. Embassy, one of the keys, successes they have in a lot of their universities and professional bodies is experiential teaching. What it means is that you bring a professional who is working active, maybe in NAIP'S or NAFDAC, PCN, from NAIP, is coming to teach a particular course, and he's teaching from the experiential perspective. He's not coming because he is a professor. That marriage helps us to bridge the curriculum and then produce students who are employable, because by the time they finish, they already know what the industry needs, how to solve the problem, and they just move and they move. So experiential teaching, we can set up such a thing where there are adjunct lecturers in universities giving experiential knowledge. As I said, Joel is already doing that. We can also organize a program where NAPA members of the academia, can spend sabbatical in industries. That is what they do. I think India does that. Germany also, they do that. And it's wonderful. The experience is great. When academia spend, not you move from one university to the other, you move from a university to the industry. You know the problems there, you come back, it enriches your scope. You can now teach and research in a way that is practically contributing to the needs of the industry and the economy. These things we can, and the PSN, and they can work out this. It is something that we need to quickly catch on and see how we can solve the problem of the academia. Again, in terms of coordination, I have two things here before we just round up. Recently, I don't know whether many of us know that MDCN, they took over the hosting of housemanship programs. They're the ones, the fund, government gives them the fund directly, and they're handling that. So I think that PSN, you can also coordinate that for us. Internship is not a big problem. And government is not funding internship because they see that as a industry solve your problem, this one, and we are put under hospitals again. We can work it out effectively that we want to monitor the way our professionals are doing, give that funding, the way they gave to MDCN is the one paying, not CMDs again. It's MDCN, Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, that the one paying her, and by that they are monitoring the placement. They decide to where they will place you also. But that coordination is giving them professional relevance, and you are able to monitor the way this training is done. So I think we can take a cue from there and coordinate. The same way we can coordinate internship and SciWest to follow suit. You can decide to where they will go. The society, the council can organize that and make a move and say, we are going to coordinate it because we want to be sure of the quality of the graduates that come, we want to be sure of what they receive and where they are going to. We can organize that. And it becomes a powerful, perfect collaboration. I want to say that I'm not privileged, I don't have the capacity to deliver the lecture I've just done, but I was right on the back of my boss here. And I wish I didn't bore you so much with this my long speech. But thank you all the same for your attention.
A very big thank you to Professor Esimone. We know you can deliver less than what you've done. Thank you so very much, sir. At this point, It's my singular honor to bring forward the PSN president for this next line of award ceremony. We would like for him to step forward here as I hand over the mic to the NAIP chair. I want the NAIP chair to be with you. Yeah. Ken, please. The president is waiting. Please come forward to assist Mr. President. The first award goes
to the living ancestor. He knows himself. In fact, he's the only living ancestor. My past president. The Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, NAIP, presents this award to Pharmacist Ahmed I. Yakasai, MNI, FPSN, FPCA Farm, as the chairman of the opening ceremony, and you all agree with me that he has chaired this occasion pretty well. Most of the time, when things have gone this way, the hall would have been half empty, but you discover that we still have a full house. At the 25th annual conference of NAIP, and sir, congratulations.
So no brown envelope, only Flego. So it is now my duty to present this award to Professor Ifeanyi Okoye. Can you come off? The employer of Professor Esemoni. It is my privilege and honor to present this award by Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria to Pharmacist Professor Ifeanyi Okoye. Either you like it or not, we have conferred on you today. MNI, PhD, OFR, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, as the keynote speaker, wonderful one, very impactful keynote address, very practical keynote address. You can see the way he was moving. The ideas were coming out, walking naked on the street. At this occasion of the 25th annual conference of NAIP. Congratulations, Ifeanyi.
Thank you.
I would like to call my brother, the employer of Professor Okoye. I hope my Vice Chancellor, you will set the necessary machinery in motion to make sure that the assessment is done. It's already in motion. And you can send the papers for me for external assessment. I will need to look at it twice. On behalf of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists, we present this plaque to you as speaker in the first plenary session at the 25th annual conference of NAIP'S. I'm sure you agree with me that the delivery was superb, and we learned quite a great deal of things, and we'll continue to pray that you would continue to improve and develop yourself. And I won't forget what you said. You are the first that we know as the father of the quadruplet. And your experiences you will share at the appropriate time. And challenges. And later the opportunities. Congratulations, sir.
Let's put our hands together for these awardees. Highly deserving. Thank you so very much. Before we go to the vote of thanks, I need to serve notice to Pharmacist Gidado to get ready. It's my pleasure to quickly bring forward Pharmacist Ignatius Anuku, the former chair of NAIP, to give one or two comments before we go into vote of thanks. Please, let's put our hands together for IG.
Thank you very much. Thank you, National Chairman of NAIP. This is not part of the program, as you will observe, but towards the end of Professor Simone's presentation, he made some suggestions. And the fact is that yesterday, when we had the council meeting of NAIP, we felt that one of the suggestions which he has made, which we have been working on for the past 1 year, was a bit being derailed. So why I'm coming up to speak to it here is for the sake of our communique, so that we can say that at this conference, we have set another ball rolling to achieve that. And it was quite inspiring that two of the people that are key to that mechanism are here. So I want to make an appeal to them. Towards the end of last year, we were able to set up what we called Pharma Industry Development Initiative. That's called PD. That was an initiative of NAIP, which went through the approval of PSN. And it was approved by PSN, NEC, and Council. Okay, the idea is that, as we have all said, Dr. Okoye has said it, 50 million naira for research. NAIP has been supporting NAPA, but what is pittance? Talk about 5 million, 3 is nothing. Okay, so we thought that we could set up this initiative where, like Professor Simone said, industry can contribute into a fund. That's the trust fund he mentioned. Contribute into a fund, and if we have reputable Nigerians, we can still appeal to the corporate Nigeria to also contribute into that fund for pharmaceutical research. So for that purpose, we approached well-meaning Nigerians who had accepted to be board of trustees for that PD. The chairman of that, who has accepted to be chairman, is Cardinal John Onayeko. He accepted. We met Professor Dinkalu. He accepted. We met the pharmacist, Zachary. She accepted. And here in this hall, we have Alhaji Yakasai. He's member of that board. And we also have the MD of Kachi, which is Mrs. Kate Issa. She's also a member of that BOT. So it's a setup that we believe is going to be reputable. Now, we have a management team where we have 3 members of NAIP and 3 members of NAPA. The whole idea is that we can set up this fund in order to achieve the kind of things that Professor Simone is talking about. It's going to be huge money. You're not going to be talking about 50 million naira, 100 million naira. So I want to make an appeal. I haven't introduced Ms. Issa to Yakasai, but I'm sure you have seen him. So the president of PSN had scheduled to see Cardinal Onayeko in February when we had the inauguration. But for some hitches, it didn't happen. So I want to make an appeal that we get this rolling. Professor Simone didn't know that we are doing this. And what he has just said captured perfectly what we have been working on, which tells us that we have not missed the mark. So please, as a matter of urgency, let us set up PD so that the academia can run the researches that will help the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, IG. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, by the permission of the NAIP chair, and in the spirit of the collaboration between NAPA and NAIP, it's my singular honor to invite my former teacher, Professor Laura Orafidia of the Department of Pharmaceutics, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, to speak just for 2-3 minutes before we go for lunch.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My president and a former president, I'm happy that I've been given this privilege to talk about this. Now, I'm putting together a book on skin and beauty, the science and application of cosmetics. I've come here to appeal for sponsorship for the book launch. Next slide. Okay. Now, I have now that is what the book will look like. We are still on it. Now, why the book? Sorry. Why the book? Now, cosmetics is a course in tertiary institutions, especially in pharmacy. It's undertaught. And one of the reasons is because there is a dearth of textbooks. And then we have a short period for teaching. But presently now, WAHU, the West African Health Organization, has made cosmetics a course, at least a 1-unit course. But we need textbooks for teaching this. And not that there aren't textbooks for cosmetics, but they are highly technical for the rudiments of cosmetics that we teach in school. And one of the reasons we teach cosmetics in school is that we, as pharmacists, can speak about cosmetics to those who use it and those who manufacture it. So, having been teaching cosmetics for a long time in my department, I felt that we needed a textbook that will not be too technical, but will be more encompassing. Moreover, we know how carelessly and irresponsibly people use cosmetics, sometimes not deliberately, but because they don't have information about the type of cosmetics they are using. But this book we are putting together, we have tried not to make it too technical. So any layman can pick it up and read about his cosmetics so that will reduce the effects that we now see about the wrong use of cosmetics. Now, sorry, I hope I'll get it. The content of the book, we have a total of 26 chapters. It's a team of authors. But what may interest you, the chapters that may interest this group will be formulation and manufacture, GMP, packaging of cosmetics. I was talking to a manufacturer just now about the packaging of one of their products. This is not a very common type of topics you find in normal and what you have in the market as cosmetic books, like effect of cancer, endocrine disrupting chemicals in cosmetics. You'll be surprised that we are having right now a lot of infertility problem in Nigeria, maybe worldwide. I will tell you, perfume is one of it, the causes, because of these endocrine disrupting chemicals. So I have experts that are writing on that. Now, the cost of the estimation for the cost of publishing has been put at 6 million. I'm a poor lecturer, a professor of how many years? I've been in academics for 46 years. I'm retiring soon. I don't earn 500,000 a month. More importantly, the past 3 months we have not even been paid because we are on strike. So I have come here mainly to appeal to the industrial pharmacists to help me get this book out by sponsoring one way or the other the publication of the book. I'll soon finish. I have these sponsorship plans. Even though it's a textbook, most scientific textbooks don't have adverts. But this is a book that has a product that has products attached to it. So we could have adverts in the inner cover and the back inner cover. So for those who may want to help, then we can have those from the industry that may want to just sponsor me, all right, for this book. And then individuals, I finished. Individuals, I promise that anyone, all the corporate bodies and individuals, we have a copy of it. Thank you for being part of this. And I hope I will get responses. I will leave it to the app to help me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. But I can announce to you that there is help for that book project. The gentleman waiting for you there will give you the information. There is help for you. All right. I mean, that's my teacher, so we must do something. Okay. Just before the vote of thanks, I hope Pharmacist Gidado is ready. Okay. Please, for tomorrow, plenary, we're going to be having a plenary that will host the CBN, NAFDAC. That plenary will be addressed by Pharmacist Jasper Onyeka. They will be talking on technology regulation and data centricity in strengthening local capacity as pharma industry evolve. That is one plenary you can't afford to miss. So please, Pharmacist Jasper Onyeka will be here 10 tomorrow to deal with that. And we have discussants also at the panel discussion. Dr. Monica Emunjeze will be here from NAFDAC, Professor Samson Adebayo from NAFDAC Port Inspection Directorate, as well as Dr. Ozoemena Naji, Director Trade and Exchange from CBN. So this is what the industry needs to listen to. Thank you very much. Let me... The social. We need to be reminded about the program for tonight before we go.
Okay, so tonight there's going to be a social night. It's a time for us to unwind. We have been intellectually stimulated today, since morning up to this afternoon. But this evening is time for you to socialize, enjoy yourself, listen to good music, dance, and just relax. So please, it's very important that we do this so that we can release those, feel-good hormones and to make us all feel much healthier. So we hope to see you tonight at the Lagos Country Club. I believe everybody seated here will be there. So please come because we have something planned for you. So I believe Pharmacist Gidado is ready to take the vote of thanks. Okay. Pharmacist Gidado.
The chairman, please allow me to stand on the existing and established protocols. I must first of all want to state that we are not only privileged, but we are excited to have the calibers of personalities for this year NAIP program. By such, we believe NAIP we are moving. Sir, on behalf of the executive of NAIP and all the goodwill NAIPians, we want to sincerely extend our gratitude to all the personalities here present today for their tireless effort in making sure that this program went as established. To our colleagues who made it all the way to be part of this program, we want to also thank and extend our sincere gratitude. The media, the young pharmacists, captains of industry here present today. We are much sincerely grateful. And we also believe this sign of brotherhood will still continue in the next future to come. Thank you very much and God bless.
Thank you very much, Pharmacist Gidado, and a big thank you to everyone seated here. We are going to have the closing prayer, after which we will go for lunch, but we'll need to explain to you how lunch will go. So after the closing prayer, we'll give you the itinerary of the way lunch will be. But we want to thank you very much. So to take the closing prayer for today, I believe it has been an exciting opening ceremony. Please, can we give ourselves a round of applause? You've been a wonderful audience and very exciting too. So I will invite Pharmacist Adepokola, the MD of Reels, to give us the closing prayer. He's surprised. But he's also a pastor. So, a GO. All right, sir.
Thank you very much. For your information, I'm a past chairman of NAIP. Because all the new NAIP members don't know the history. How we brought NAIP out of the factory to where it is today. So I want to appreciate all the past chairmen. Let's rise up for prayers. God has helped us today. It's been a successful outing. I've not been to several NAIP meetings that at 3 o'clock, the hall is still full. Let's clap for ourselves. It shows the work that all the chairmen has done over the years. Wonderful work. Once again, let's clap for the old chairman. I'm to pray. Sorry, I'm not to make comments. So let us pray. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for a successful day. Thank you because you can see your hand in everything we have done today. It is you that has given us the day. It is you that have given us the speakers, the guests, the VIPs that we have invited that have honored us. It is you that has given us the quality of interaction we had today. So we give you all the praise in the name of Jesus. This is the opening ceremony, the second leg of a 3-day program. We ask, oh Lord God, that you go with us into all the days in the name of Jesus. The remaining program, we commit them unto you. Let them be equally successful as this one in the name of Jesus. As for those that have traveled and those that are going after this, Lord, go with them. Let your presence be with them. Thank you, Father. In Jesus' name.
Thank you very much, sir. So please, let's be seated while we'll explain to you.
Remind them that we have exhibitors, so after the program, you can still visit, but corporate pictures outside. Now, we are
Okay, so please let's be seated. We're going to take corporate pictures outside first. And this is also and this will be the VIP will go out first. Our special guests will go out first for the pictures. We also need to remind you that we have exhibitors right behind. So please, I want you to intentionally visit their stand. So we'll take the pictures and then we'll now take lunch. But lunch will be in batches, please. So we'll explain. It will first be our special guests. After which, so we need you all to please be seated. So pictures will be taken outside with our special guests first of all, while every other person remains seated for lunch.
Please, this is the protocol for lunch. It won't be like what we had during tea break. Only VIPs, special guest of honor, past chairman of NAIP will go first to the restaurant. After that, they will be followed by ladies only. Ladies. Ladies, if you're a woman, then you follow after the VIPs. Men will wait after the ladies have gone. We will now follow. So that is the protocol. Special guests first, then ladies second, and men third. Please, any man we see at the restaurant before the time, you will ask you to come back to the hall. Let the ladies go, and then we'll settle the men afterwards. Exhibitors' stands are there for us to visit, please. They're supposed to be visited, so take time out, maybe after lunch, to see them and whatever they are offering. Thank you for coming.
Okay. Please, we'd like to let you know that the exhibition continues till 5 before we go for the social night. So we have exhibitors right behind. We have Jawa Pharma, Kachi Lab, Dropfield, also Polaris Bank. We have Chancellor University. Okay, Fitson, and of course the NAIP'S stand and Pharmaceutical Business Review. So they're all here. So please do not leave without visiting these stands. It's important you do. There may be something for you to pick or also to learn. So please do not forget the protocol for lunch. Like we said, our special guests first. But in between, we can take pictures and still mingle and get to, network with each other. Thank you very much.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We also have this conference streaming live on YouTube. PharmaStream TV/NAIP Echo 2022. We are live on YouTube. We are live on Facebook. So you need to also check us out online. Please, ladies. PharmaStream TV. Yes. They're supposed to be taking pictures with the VIPs.
Use Neurogesic if you get back pain, oh, muscle pain, oh, I mean joint pain, oh, rub Neurogesic. Put am go warm, go reach deep down. No wonder Neurogesic they really pay. Use Neurogesic if you get back pain, oh, muscle pain, oh, I mean joint pain, oh, rub Neurogesic. Put am go warm, go reach deep down. No wonder Neurogesic they really pay.
True, Neurogesic it get power pass pain. Neurogesic na Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited they make am.